Chair. Here. Commissioner
You're
Minetta.
fired.
Commissioner Minetta.
Here.
Commissioner Chicken. Here. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Donshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldberg. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Holden. Here. Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Leonard. Commissioner Walsh.
Before we get started, since she's not going to welcome herself, I think the commissioners would like to welcome our new chair, Sarah Powell.
I'm so delighted and honored to be sitting here with all of you whom I've learned so much from and just really looking forward to our work together. So thank you.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. We're going to start today's Preservation Department agenda with two public meeting items. First is item number 1, an application for a certificate of appropriateness, number of Manhattan, Block 498, Lot 7501, 90 Prince Street, in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The lot's building designed by Neville Bag and built in 1899. Application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs. Please note that this was presented last week, a public hearing of September 25th, where there was no action taken and no quorum at that time.
Good morning, Commissioners, for your preservation staff. The application before you is 90 Prince Street, which was first presented at the public hearing of September 25th, 2018, where no action was taken because there was no quorum. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs. At the previous hearing, the commissioners requested that the setback dimension on the elevation drawing, you can see here, they requested that this setback dimension be confirmed, and the consensus among the commissioners present at that time was that this sign would be set back from the primary facade by a minimum of 5 feet. The applicant verified this setback dimension in the field, and the preservation and the presentation has been revised to accurately reflect this distance as 5 feet, not originally proposed and depicted 3 feet. Jack Kuda Valley is here to answer any additional questions.
So I'm not sure that we need to open it up. I think most of you were here when we had the discussion last week, and again, the consensus of the 5 commissioners present was to recommend approval, stipulating that the sign is not back set at 5 feet. So, John.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Whether in that rendering, the 5 feet makes the edge of the sign align with the window. Did I read it that?
Yeah. Okay, all right. So, wait, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so the rendering was misleading, and this dimension is 5 feet, and it will still align with the windows above. So it was just incorrect dimension noted on the drawing.
Thank you.
Correct?
Well, I think the size and the parameters laid out in the master plan are the same as many of the other master plans that we approved. And I think there was some discussion about this being an interior intersection within the historic district, and that's why the commissioners present felt strongly about the setback from the primary facade. So I think everyone agrees. We'll make a motion to approve.
Matter of 90 Prince Street, the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. Application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of wall signs. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I further note that the application was presented at the public hearing on September 25th, 2018, without a quorum. The consensus of the 5 commissioners present was to recommend approval with modification with the stipulation that the sign be set back 5 feet from the facade. Therefore, I recommend approval, noting that the historic precedent exists for painted signage on this secondary elevation and at other buildings on Prince Street, as physically evidenced by the existing ghost sign and as documented in the historic photograph. that the sign will be located at an undeveloped secondary facade and will not detract from any significant architectural features of the building. That the sign will be set back from the edge of the building's front facade by 5 feet, thereby maintaining a secondary presence at the building. That the size of the sign is less than 20% of the exposed party wall and therefore will not overwhelm the facade. The repeated application of the signage will be in keeping with the traditional application methods and commercial character of painted rail signs historically found on buildings within this district. The proposed sign will have a painted black or white border that will delineate the sign and distinguish it from the facade. That the proposed parameters regarding size and limited color palette will result in graphic quality, which will be in keeping with the character of historic painted wall signs. And that the proposed master plan will be valid for a period of 10 years. The applicant will document every sign approved under the master plan so that there is a good record that the commission is considered when reviewing the effectiveness of the master plan criteria.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair Farrell.
Commissioners, the second public meeting item is an application for the certificate of appropriateness to fill in Manhattan. It's docket number 19-25701, 90 17th Street, located in the Ladies Mile Historic District. Since the time and style of the dwelling which was built in 1964 and converted to commercial use by Campbell Taylor in 1983, the application is to utilize the installation of storefront infill in an area with fence and modifications to the areaway. Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. This was first presented September 25th, 2018, at the time of no action. Board of Commissioners, to the Shaw Preservation Staff, 9 East 17th Street is located on the north side of East 17th Street between 5th Avenue and Broadway within the Ladies Mile Historic District. The building, built in 1864, was modified in 1883 with the installation of decorative masonry. The first floor and storefront infill basement and first floor is seen here in a photo from 1894. By the time of designation in 1989, the storefront infill remained. The first floor was infilled with aluminum panels, surrounding casement windows, that is seen here, current condition photo, and a replacement storefront basement. The application here is to legalize the storefront of the basement, which was installed without permits with a frameless storefront infill with no bulkhead. Modifications of this areaway, including replacing the stairs and installation of fencing. This is a previous condition of the storefront here from commission photos in 2009 and 2010 showing a stairway across and the frame infill. Current condition, the storefront has no frame at the doors and no bulkhead. The stairway was replaced and installed just one stair westernmost side, the fence was installed for the remainder of the airway, and diamond plate was installed at the walls of the airway to decorate paving, basically at the floor here. At the public hearing of September 25th, 2018, this was heard, but no action was taken to the floor. At that time, the commissioners were in consensus that this would be legalized as is. The architect, Mr. Farrell, is here if you have any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Comments? Here.
I'll comment. I did comment last week. I felt that although all maybe the windows on the upper level, too much of it removed, but I thought that the first two floors, all black and dark, it's actually a consistent design. I presented as it was. There was some talk about as I recall, the fence in front. That had been extended, I think, and the stair reduced. But I think, as I recall, we saw a historic photo that showed that that was a historic addition. So I didn't think that was actually, so I thought it was more out. And I think from the description, I think 5 of us felt more or less that way, but we didn't have a corner.
So if everyone's comfortable, we'll make a motion.
In a matter of LPC 1925-701, 17th Street, the East Mile Historic District. The application is to legalize the installation of storefront infill and area way fence and notification to the area way without LPC purpose. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details around the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Ladies Mile District. Further, noting that the application was presented at the public hearing of September 25th, 2018 without flaw, and the consensus of the 5 commissioners present was to recommend approval. I hereby recommend approval finding that the storefront was removed, was not historic, and is removed, no, did not damage or destroy any significant architectural feature of the building. That the configuration of the storefront with a large display window and a pair of entrance doors is in keeping with the modern feel within alternate commercial shapes found elsewhere within the reserve district. That the removal of metal stairs leading to the airway did not result in the loss of any significant architectural feature of the building. And the new configuration of steps leading to the storefront entrance and with a fence to the remainder of the areaway is in keeping with the historic configuration of the areaway and does not detract from the special architectural character of the building or streetscape, and that the distinct padding paving is below grade and not readily visible from the sidewalk and therefore does not call undue attention to itself. And that the installation of black finished diamond plate metal at the walls within the areaway did not result in the loss of any historic fabric, and the presence of the diamond plate is in keeping with the materials found in the area throughout the district.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you.
Commissioners will move to the public hearing agenda. The first item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for staff melody, docket number 19-26131. This is 283 St. Paul's Avenue, Stapleton Heights Historic District. The neo-colonial style freestanding house is outside Charleston, Cooper, and built in 1913. The application is to legalize the demolition of the garage and modifications to oil windows without any restoration.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lindsay Dector, Preservation Staff. The item before you is 283 St. Paul's Avenue, located on St. Paul's Avenue between H Street and Taxier Place in the St. Paul's Avenue Stapleton Heights Historic District. The application is to legalize work that was completed without landmark preservation commission permits, including the demolition of a garage and modifications to window openings. I will be presenting the details on behalf of the homeowners today. The first item is the demolition of a garage that was located at the rear of the lot on an alleyway that runs through the center of the block. And it was visible from Taxter Place as well as from limited vantage points along St. Paul's Avenue. So the wood frame garage was a later addition to the site, constructed in 1933. The historic garage doors were removed sometime prior to the district's designation, and prior to demolition, the garage was in an advanced state of disrepair. So view of the rear of the lot after demolition. The second item is the modification made to 4 windows at the 2-story projecting bay located at a secondary facade, which is visible from St. Paul's Avenue. The 4 openings were shortened, and the original casings were retained. This is just a detailed view of that, one of them. The homeowners are here to provide you with some additional information and answer any questions.
Ms. Whittington?
Good morning. So basically, the reason for the demolition of the garage was prior to obtaining the home, we received a letter from our homeowners insurance that they were going to cancel the insurance policy due to the poor condition of the garage. And so we were at a point where we needed to make a decision. Also at that point, due to prior to closing, the previous owner had stored the previous tenant's belongings in the garage. And because the garage doors were very hard to close at that time, and you see that there's also holes throughout, they were climbing into the garage at some points, and we just felt like we had to do what we had to do because it was a dangerous situation. Also, because of this passageway, I don't know if some people were just annoyed because of what was happening in the garage. We also had people trying to climb into the windows. Windows were also broken, and because the windows were in such poor condition as well, some of them were screwed shut. Some of them are still screwed shut, but they were screwed shut and there was like bricks and stuff thrown through the windows because they were trying to get into the house. So this is basically where we are. And I think at the end is here, the letter from the homeowner's insurance. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So were you aware when you were buying the house was in the historic district?
Yes, we were.
So what was the reason for not contacting the commission?
We were already in contact with the commission due to some other stuff, but at this point, when we received the notice and we saw that we had evidence of people trying to get into the garage and windows, we just, our backs were like up against the wall and we just didn't know what to do at that point. And, you know.
This question is for staff, I guess, maybe for staff. Do we have a process for dealing with a situation like that? I mean, this is in between owners during the process of the sale. I just don't want this to become kind of a routine, especially on Staten Island, where while these people may be well-intentioned, there's a lot of risk there.
Yeah, I mean, we of course try to be accessible all the time. So when properties are in the middle of a sale, we often work with prospective buyers to address any items that may need to be taken care of in the future, or any items that may actually have been done without a permit but haven't yet received a violation, so that we can make sure that they're comfortable, that they've done their due diligence, they know what is legal and they're willing to support the closing. So when homeowners reach out to us, or prospective buyers reach out to us, that's where we have that opportunity to engage. And in the case of an emergency, so it seems the garage was in a very deteriorated state, and there were other issues as well. We do have an emergency process where we can expedite the review. We'll assign something, an application to a staff person right away. We can start that conversation that day about the necessary measures that a property owner can take to make sure the property is safe.
Thank you.
So, any other questions for the homeowners? We take testimony. We have Jesse Dennis.
Good morning, welcome, Chair. This is an handsome building in the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, and while we're not concerned with the loss of the garage, modifications to the windows are unfortunate and should not be vandalized.
Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, we also received a letter from the community board stating that they have no objection and request that the LPC authorize all permits needed to perform the work and clear the violations. Okay, so would anyone like to start discussion? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to listen here. Right. So, would you like to respond to testimony? specifically about the windows and whether it changed the character. We can talk a little bit about the visibility of the windows with the streetscape.
As far as like restoring the windows or?
Well, I think the testimony of that changing the windows changed the character of the building. So I thought you might be able to speak a little bit about how you see the windows from the street, and other portions of the building, the fabric that was retained when the windows were.
Well, the only thing, the windows were shortened, at that point when they were shortened, it was more for like a safety issue in our situation. The windows that are currently there are temporary because we're waiting for approval from Landmark to see what kind of windows can be installed, not only there but in other areas in the house. So at this point, it's a matter of getting approval as far as what windows can be installed permanently. And as far as the view, I don't see a problem. So.
Change the building instead of the property.
Exactly. So.
Thanks, Diane.
Question for staff, it looks like, this is going to be accurate, but it does look like the adjacent building has similar windows. Or not? No, I don't know. Are there, in other words, is this part of the development track?
Yeah, so there are 6 houses, similar houses on this street that were built by the same architect and have the big its own type.
So it does actually, it's the same windows on the picture windows.
Yes.
John, would you like to start the comment? Yes, thank you. Motion to close the hearing.
Second. Well, I'm fine with this as is. I think, not to speak for my fellow commissioners, but I would be, if this were to happen again, I'd probably be less sympathetic since the applicant now is well aware of the process that can handle both the day-to-day and the emergencies. I would expect to see you back, and I understand they are coming back with a window, a full window application, et cetera. So, but I'm okay with it.
Well, I suppose it's the same. I think the fact that this window is not visible from the street doesn't change. It mitigates the issue from the and the loss of the garage is no loss.
Yeah, I think the garage is in a very deteriorated state, not original to the building, and the storage wasn't actually been moved prior to this condition. And so its condition is more indicates removal, and also its limited usability. The windows are on a secondary facade, and while they are consistent in other ways, consistent with the other houses in the row, the view is limited. You don't see those big windows in connection to each other. So I mean, that's okay, including the fact that the basement will remain. And I actually was in a site visit last week in another historic district with a similar building. Park South Historic District, and there was a building that was very similar to this with the Soccer Bay, and the windows were reduced to this exact same proportion. So I think when you're looking at buildings in the streetscape, you really do read from the form of the building, those details of the side windows, I think are less perceptible. Anyone?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the, I don't have any problem with the motion of the garage. Can you say okay? Sorry.
Cannot hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't have any problem with the demolition of the garage. I was wondering about it. It looks like it's kind of a common feature of this alley. Except that it's not, that the architecture is the same, obviously, the garage is different. I was wondering if the applicant plans to replace it with a garage or I forgot to ask them at the time.
So we'll open up the proceedings so the homeowner can answer whether or not they have plans to replace the garage. In a second. Yeah, to open the proceedings.
So the question is if we would replace the garage. Not at this point, maybe later in the future I would love to, but now at this moment we can't.
But if you do, following.
Then we would have to follow,
We have to
yes.
come back.
Exactly, we will definitely come back to this, yes. But right now, at this moment, unfortunately, we can't.
Just more question about the intent and thought for the future than your ability to do it now. Would it be desirable for you to?
It would be desirable to play back, yes.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so, motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Okay. All right, John, you make the motion.
In the matter of docket number 19-2613128, St. Paul's Avenue in St. Paul's Avenue, Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, the application is to legalize the demolition of a garage and modifications to Oriole windows without landmarks preservation commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the St. Paul's Avenue, Stapleton Heights Historic District. I also note the garage was a later addition to the site constructed in 1933. I recommend approval, finding that the garage was in an advanced state of deterioration which prevented stabilizing the structure without replacing all or almost all of its components. That the garage was a simply designed secondary structure, not a unique or significant example of building of this type, style, and age. The garage is only seen from limited views from a public thoroughfare as a background element, therefore its demolition did not detract from the site's beautification or historic district. But the shortening of the window openings at the side facade bays, which are set back from the street, only removed a limited amount of historic woodwork. That the shortened window openings would take place in pattern, shape, and design and the dominant fenestration pattern on the building, and that the shortened openings do not preclude the restoration of these window openings in the future.
Second.
I'm reverting.
Here's the second item on the hearing agenda, it's an application for certificate of appropriateness of road Manhattan docket number 19-27272. This is 119 Hudson Street, aka 52 North Moore Street, located within the Quebec West Historic District. This is a Roman and Gothic style warehouse designed by Thomas R. Jackson, built in 1888-89. The application is on its well signed.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Carroll. Welcome. Carolyn Passion, Reservation Staff. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Hudson and North Moore Streets. At this corner of Cast Iron Column, the applicant is proposing to install metal signage facing Hudson Street and North Moore Streets using adhesive. And Mary Garrett is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. This is a proposal for a sign. This is what the cast iron looks like now. Those are operable shutters. This is existing and proposed. So this is the proposed sign. It's stainless steel with painted steel. Looking like this. Closer up. The sign is on a protruding metal part of the column. These are the details which I can. The sign's 3/8 of an inch thick altogether. There it is. It doesn't interfere with the operable shutters.
How is it attached?
Glue. There is a tradition of signs on columns, which you'll see in a minute, and there are a few examples in Tribeca of things on columns, signs or numbers. Historically, there were a ton of signs on columns. This was just common. And I think they went away in Tribeca when it became less commercial, more industrial over the years. This is the new brand of the Issei Miyake stores, and this is why they want this change in the signages, all the stores. And that's the whole presentation.
Do you have a photograph of the entire base of the building? I think this is the only storefront, the only retail space on this building, in this building, right?
Yes, and it's the full, that will be in the beginning.
And is there any other signage? I believe this is the only exterior signage.
It's the only exterior signage, yes. There's the full building, and there's the base, and that's the whole store.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Just a general question. In addition to signs on cast iron columns, there's a tradition of painting cast iron columns in history. Did we approve the stripping of these and permission to paint them there?
The commission did approve that. It was several years ago. It was, 2001, when this particular tenant went into the space, the commission approved stripping the paint and sealing it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Testimony, Jesse Denner.
Jesse Denner for the Historic Districts Council. If these discrete little signs are the future of design of flagship advertising, it is a terrific direction to move in. These sleeve signs allow the floors of cast iron to descend, and the studies regarding historic precedents for signage on columns was particularly interesting and well done. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? So we do have a resolution from the community board recommending approval. Would you like to make any comments? So, a motion to close the hearing? Does anyone have any comments?
Well, setting aside that I'm anything you added, I think this is a great alternative to some of the things that we've seen. It's subtle, doesn't again.
I pass this building all the time, and everything about this space is very understated. You barely know it's retail when you're passing, so it's nice that this is the new part of the new graphic identification, but it's really wonderful that it's so understated. It just blends with kind of the
I agree as well. I think it's reversible, and fortunately it blends in with the decorative features on the cast iron. It's very useful. So, yes?
Maybe I should appropriately read. In the matter of docket 19-27272, 119 Hudson Street, aka 52 North Moore Street, Tribeca West Historic District, the Romanesque Revival Style Warehouse building designed by John Sar Jackson and built in 1888-89. Indications to install signage. I know that the building style, scale, materials, and details contribute to the architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District. I recommend approval of findings. That the sign is small in scale and will not call undue attention to itself. The sign will be attached with a reversible adhesive causing minimal impact to the cast iron column. That the sign will be installed at any portion of the cast iron columns fashioned will not obscure any decorative features of this significant architectural feature. That the proposed brushed metal stainless steel finish will be a subtle but visibly interesting counterpoint to the exposed metal finish of the cast iron base. That the overall amount of signage will not be excessive or detract from the architectural features of the building or streetscape. That the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And it's approved. Thank you.
Resolution item 310 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the road Manhattan, document number 19-25343. This is 12-14 Minetta Street, located in the South Florida Historic District. This is agreed to provide a style townhouse with alterations built circa 1847-48. The application is to legalize the placement of windows without landmark certification commission permits and to install a window security grill and the street gates.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am College Preservation staff. I'll be presenting this proposal on behalf of the Building Codes Department. This item is for 12 to 14 Minetta Street, located between Minetta Lane and 6th Avenue in the South Village Historic District. The proposal is to legalize the replacement of this first floor window and also to install a new window security grille at this building number 14 and to install gates at the bottom of the steps at 14 and at the neighbor 12. There's a picture later on. 12 and 14 were originally built as a pair, and the rest of the block is a mix of larger apartment buildings, a restaurant, and a few smaller row houses. The window opening at the first floor at number 14 was enlarged prior to the 1940s. These photos show the condition at designation with a large fixed steel window installed in the opening with a half-height security grille. Here's the 1940s tax photo where you can see the masonry opening had already been modified. This is the neighbor again at 12 with two punch openings. And then some additional photos showing the conditions in the 1960s and 1980s. The window was broken in January and the owner replaced it without receiving an LPC permit due to security concerns. These photos show some close-up details of the replacement aluminum window. The number of lights in the window and also the fixed operation are consistent with what was present prior to designation and the window from the 1940s. However, the framing elements did get wider, flat, and then there's quite a bit of a setback between the projection of the framing and the actual glazing. Just for comparison, these are the windows that are located at the upper floors of this building. And then here are some other photos. You can see this is 12, the neighbor with the two punch openings. There's a parking garage that's across the street that has kind of a glass block window on the back facade that faces onto Minetta. This was present at designation. The owner has also requested to install a simple metal picket security grille on this front window to address safety concerns and to avoid future window breakage, as there's a gas line connection on the inside of the building right below this window. This slide shows examples of other grills on the block and within the South Village District. And then this is a sketch showing the proposed single picket grill, which would be mounted to the roof facade of the building, as there's not enough space between the turn of the window and the framing elements to mount the grills. It would be black metal. Would also like to install black metal gates at the bottom of each steps, again to address safety and security concerns of the property. This design would also be a simple picket. The rendering is showing a design at the top, but the owner has said that they will do just a simple picket and top rail. And it would be attached to the steps themselves. And then here's a rendering of the gate and its proposed location. Carrie Dulac, the building owner, would like to say a few words and is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Upper Narrows.
State your name.
My name is Patty Bulan. I've lived in Minetta Lane last 83 years. I live there, I have a restaurant there, I raise my children, I own the building there. And I'm very involved with my community and I really care. I love those streets because very European, very neighborhoody. I moved to Minetta Street about 1.5 years ago, and it's different story. That sweet little street is like Dr. Jacob and Mr. I. At night, honestly, at night come to the life. After dark, all the drunk come back to the road, all the drug dealer, drug user, not roller skater, the ones that have that long, they come all night, and everybody smoke there. We have cafe bar, comedy cellar, everybody come in that street. And police knows that, we go there very often. We have our own police come and stay few hours at night there. And most of the people really, they have 3 places to sit. Mine is there, or my building, and front of my building, Angelos. And the corner of Angelos is old, we like to do that, but if I can get up, okay, to put the gate, they don't have no place to sit. And that really helped our street much better. And for the window, it was very bad shape. It was broken. The people, they go with the beer, they push each other. It was very broken. And in that year, it's happened. It's broken. And I have to make a decision. I really apologize. I thought it's same size of the window, same size of glass, should be okay. That I really just make the decision for safety. Under it, in that apartment, nobody lived there yet, but it is a gas pipe. I asked when it doesn't move it. They said as long as it doesn't leak, don't move it. And utility take for the electric. And I would like that you approve of safety. It's not only safety of me, my family, or the street, everybody else, because neighbors get mad people who like camping out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the property? And we'll take testimony and see. Jesse, get up.
Jesse Minetta, Norfolk District Council. HPC understands the emergency of broken windows in a city like New York. However, the Landmarks Commission has provisions for temporary solutions under these circumstances until the problem is addressed. The illegal window appears to be custom manufactured for this opening, which is a lot of effort for work without permits. Had the applicant contacted LPC at the beginning of the issue, time and money could have been saved. All of that being said, the exterior aluminum windows muffins are much too thick. This large window is a prominent feature of the building, and the security grille proposed on top of it further clutters the facade. The security grille engaged to be eliminated from the proposal, and the window would fare much better if its profiles were correct and it was made of rolled steel. Thank you.
Louisa Winchell.
I'm Louisa Winchell from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP finds that the window that was installed without permits lacks any historic reference and should not be approved. Further, while we understand the need for security on the first floor, the proposed grille looks jarringly out of place and a better solution should be sought. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald Zimmet.
Is this plugged in? Yeah? Okay. We live 75 feet across the street from the property in a 178-year-old historic house. Takes everything we got to keep it together and to keep it beautiful. And Perry has contributed enormous to the block's beautification. Her stoops are a magnet for every drug seller and drug user and vagrant in the neighborhood that contribute nothing to the landmark preservation goals. On the other hand, these gates around the stoop, I feel, and my wife and I watch these people all day long, would be a deterrent to these people using that as a destination location for carousing all day and all night long and doing all the deeds that we're talking about. I mean, I don't think anything in the plans violate any of the landmark, objectives. I mean, we've been there for 35 years, 34 years to be precise. And I think that the stoop gates and these window guards would go a long way to contributing to the safety and the beauty and grace of the block for people who are coming there to enjoy what Landmarks is all about. That's from a guy on the ground. Thank you.
Could I speak, please? Yes. First of all, call for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This is an issue that has come up in the Greenwich Village Historic District frequently, and the Commission in the past has suggested instead of making a gate with possibly a apartment decoration, that change should be put across the spectrum acts as a psychological barrier.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? We do have a resolution from the community board.
Sorry. Hi. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I feel like I have to just address a couple things. Siam Chen and the 17 minutes diagonally across the street from this block. I just wanted to emphasize kind of the activity that was on that prior block, and we've had issues with bottles we put in a building. I've had people climb over our wall to get in the gates, and a simple chain does not do anything. They literally jump over and they make it their clubhouse. I mean, it's really kind of a radical situation, and everything changes over. And we have been sort of fair to this block because we yelled at her and said, please do something, And the windows are broken. And, just the nature, I've been there for 4 years now, almost 4 years, and I've witnessed everything. We've gone precinct meetings. We engaged our local meeting officers, and we're very active and we still have this problem. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we did receive a resolution from the community board recommending denial of the legalization of the window and approval of the existing window grate, or proposed window grate and proposed stoop. We also received 4 letters in support from property owners on Minetta Street, as well as the Minetta Block, the president of the Minetta Block Association, all recommending approval or in support of the application. So, would you like to speak or respond to any of the comments that were made?
Change doesn't do nothing. And they yell at us, they fight with us. We have our own police station our, and that means all of us we go every morning to Norfolk Street, yelling out to do that. And for the window, it is the same, it's secure, and the same size, same look. Other one on the bottom was a piece of black wood painted, was from inside. It is very secure when they push each other, the window doesn't go on top of the gas. And then utility, if everybody feels more safer, and I would not do anything unpleasant, like association. I would advocate for the RS3 day and night, and we make that the street from 1800 was the place for the prostitute driving in there was very bad. The street is coming out to the light because we put effort to fix it. Our neighbor and me, we put a lot of effort. It's our home. And I would like to approve on that because those windows really can hold this building built 1835, 1840. And I really support the building.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the
Jared and Corey, can you speak a little bit about our regulatory history with gates at the base of stoops?
Sure. I think the most important thing to consider is the difference between the design stoops and as well integrated into the facade part of the original construction. Perhaps has stylistic features and those that are more utilitarian in nature. So in the past, where the commissioners have generally not been in support of adding solid stoop gates onto the type of stoop that is more designed and more architectural, we believe there has been on occasion more consideration given to these types of stoops, such as the one you see here, where it's fewer steps, again, really lacking the features and really those stylistic elements that contribute to the architectural character of the building. So there have been cases where the commission has not supported stoop gates, but also cases where they have. This may be one of those types of buildings.
So I can remember a particular, very similar condition where there were, instead of the large grand stoop, there were a few closed steps with side rails. It was either Bedford or Barrow, and a similar issue with the activity in the neighborhood, and it was, the buildings were also not part of our entire row on the streetscape, but the stoops were continuous, and the commission did approve simple gates at the base of the stoops in those cases. Okay, so does anyone have any thoughts? Why don't we break this down a little bit? Let's talk first. Motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Let's break it down and start with maybe the window. So they had early to mid 1930s steel window that was deteriorated and broke. They replaced it with a window in the same configuration, but obviously thicker details and more forward and plain. They previously had a security grill, and we have, commission has a long history with the security grills at windows that are accessible from the street. Because of the location of the window, the new grill will be attached to the outside of the masonry. So let's discuss the window and the grill in this opening.
Unfortunately, I agree with the testimony with regard to the window. I think, we have a process in place by which emergency situations can be dealt with. And I think that the window that has been installed is so egregiously different that it is not appropriate for the building of the district.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I agree with that. The original steel delicate pieces, that was why.
And in particular, because it is a steel window, they could have one made that is actually going to be as sturdy as the one that I use. So that's how it's distributed. And I'm okay with the grates and security in front of them. It's just the particular style of the
So, and they could do steel, wood, if also another metal or even aluminum be appropriate if the details were thinner and smaller. So maybe that's something we can delegate to this time.
We have measurements of the volumes of mountains from the original, or is it just photographed?
They're a standard catalog item from the 30s and 40s. You'd be able to get those.
And I think everyone's comfortable with the idea of a security grill. So let's
but there we have an option.
You want to move on to the?
Yes, I want to be on the stoop gate.
No problem with the gate whatsoever. Obviously, you prefer to do the minimal solution, but in this situation, I think we prefer to have that architect. It'll take more than a solution.
Okay, so we'll make a motion to legalize or to approve the installation of the stoop gates at both buildings and approval to, with modifications for the window and grill. It's basically saying that a replacement of the existing window was appropriate given its deteriorating condition, and that a new window in similar configuration behind the security grill would be keeping the streetscape and history of the building, but that the details of the existing window do not successfully recall the details of the historic window. They work with staff on the window profile and detail that are better recall the historic window.
Like, oh, your class just got harder.
Just make one comment. I immediately, when you think of Minetta Lane, and it is crazy at night, how do they manage this in the French Quarter in New Orleans, where you've got bourbon, charters, and Royal Street that are just packed with maniacs every night, and they still have all of the traditional. I think we should take a trip there.
You read the day.
And the answer to your question is it's repeatedly damaged and repaired and replaced. It's a mess.
Appropriately.
It's a mess.
Okay, thanks, Dan. We'll try this.
LPC 19-25343-12-14 Minetta Street in the South Village Historic District. The application is to utilize the basement by windows and apartments and to install windows and built street gates. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the South Village Historic District. I also note that the shape and size of the first floor masonry opening was altered prior to the 1940s historic tax hardware. I recommend approval of modifications, finding that although the window at the ground floor was a historic alteration to the building, it was in a deteriorated condition and was not unique or integral to a material redesign of the facade. That the proposed metal security grill features straight metal plates and a black finish, simple in design, and will help to reduce the perceptibility of the thicker flat window behind the grill. But although stoop gates were not historically found in buildings of this age and style or in this historic district, the stoops are utilitarian in nature and the installation will not detract from the stoops or the significant architectural features of the buildings. That there are no other buildings with stoops or steps located at this block, so the installation of stoop gates will not disrupt the unity and rhythm of the row or diminish the character of the street. That the gate will be simple in design and will match the existing simple picket tunnel work of the stoop railings, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building, the streetscape, and the South Village Historic District. However, with regard to the window, I find that the replacement window at the ground floor does not sufficiently match the details of the historic steel window, and that this aspect of the proposal detracts from the zoning in the district, and that the applicant should work with staff to determine a more appropriate window. An installation detail for the security grill.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
We'll turn to the next item on the agenda, is item 4. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for document number 19-22335. This is 256 West 4th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's a French Second Empire style house designed by Alexander McQueen in building 1877. The application is to install rooftop mechanical equipment, extend parapets, chimneys, and to install railings.
Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Blazon, Preservation Staff. The subject property is 256 West 4th Street, located on the west side of the street between Charles and Perry Streets. The proposal before you today is to remove an existing roof hatch, construct a stair bulkhead to access the new roof deck, extend the chimneys, and raise the parapets, relocate mechanical equipment, and install new guardrails. Areas of visibility. Areas of visibility include oblique views from Perry and Charles Streets, as shown here, where portions of the parapet, chimney, railing, and mechanical enclosure will be visible. A portion of the extended chimney will also be visible over the West 4th Street facade. And the applicant is here to further discuss this proposal and answer any questions. Thank you.
I just wanted to speak a little to the motivations and the design efforts to minimize visibility. So the property has a 5-foot rear yard. So the motivation of the owner is to have some outdoor space. So the idea is to construct the roof deck, and to access that roof deck, it requires a bulkhead. So this, you can see, this is lazy. You can see right here is the bulkhead. It's a very small roof deck. It's a very narrow building and a short one. The original motivation, the original idea was to put the stair accessing roof in the front of the building, but it became clear that that was going to be an unacceptable level of visibility. So it's pushed to the back and slopes up backward, away from the street to minimize any potential visibility. What you do see from the street is really the railing and the required, this is the best view, you see the railings and the required extensions of the chimneys next to adjacent construction. There's a slight enlargement of the parapet to support the new roof construction.
Could you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. My name is Artie Gensler. I'm the architect of the project with Craig Architecture.
Are there any questions?
What you're seeing from the front facade is actually the chimney.
That's correct. Oh, yes, there it is. Right there. Yes, that is a chimney extension. It's actually the neighboring building's chimney extension that we're required to do.
Any other questions? We'll take public testimony. Louisa Winchell.
Louisa Winchell from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. This narrow row house has a very visible roof line. GBSHP feels that further effort should be made to reduce the visibility of the proposed rail in order to maintain the integrity of that roof line as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, we have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval of the application. Would you like to respond to this?
Yeah, one quick comment on that. Because the roof is so small, we pushed the railing back about 6.5 feet from the front facade, and pushing it back any further really doesn't leave much roof to use. So it's an extensive project for a little bit of roof deck. So that's why it's working.
Are there any questions, other questions? So we have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Any thoughts on this? Michael, have you got any thoughts on the
I would only echo the testimony that the work staff minimized.
Yeah. I think that the chimney is minimally visible
typical chimney extensions that the private district is also not breaking a uniform line. And so I think that we have to continue to work with the staff to minimize the risk in terms of location and material. That's fair. Okay, so we close the hearing already, so Diana, what do you think?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, LPC 1922-235, 256 West 4th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. The French second empire style house designed by Alexander N. McKean and built in 1877. Application is to install rooftop mechanical equipment, extend parapets and chimneys, and install railings. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with modification, finding that the work will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant historic fabric or architectural features of the building. That the installations will be visible from public thoroughfares only, from limited to vantage point to the north and south on Perry and Charles Street. With the dark zinc cladding of the bulkhead will be in keeping with finishes of the utilitarian roof applications, further helping installation to remain a discrete background element within the streetscape. The railings will be simple in design and typical in materials, placement, dimensions, and finish. That the raised chimneys and parapet will be well scaled to the building and feature good cladding to match the existing masonry. That while the north chimney will be visible over the primary facade will be the typical masonry chimneys, found that there is this age and style within the district in terms of material and placement. However, that the railings should be are somewhat visible, and that the staff should work with the applicant to minimize the dust flow of the building to the extent possible. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, item 5 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan docket number 19, 20889, 325 West 13th Street, located in the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's a shop building designed by Mars Wright and built in 1909. The application is to modify entrance infill, replace windows, and alter the rear facade.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Harold, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 225 West 13th Street, which is located on the north side of West 13th Street between 7th and Greenwich Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. So there are several aspects to this proposal, and I'm going to take you through, at the very beginning of this presentation, are some historic photos that the applicant will take you through in a second. So I'm going to move ahead here. Here's an existing conditions photo of our building. So the first aspect of this proposal is to replace the metal windows at the second and third floor with multi-light metal windows. Second is to replace this garage door with a metal multi-light door assembly. And the third, I think it's easier to see here, is to modify this masonry opening by removing a portion of the granite curbing and this brick above it, and installing multi-light metal infill along with this mirrored glass that spans sort of the fixed display window here door. And then the final aspect of this proposal is a little confusing, so I'm going to jump ahead again. We will talk about these details in a second. We're going to the rear facade. So first of all, here's the rear of the building. We're going to be talking about actually the rear yard. So the existing rear yard is excavated out to the lot line on this portion here. They are proposing to excavate the rest of it and then infill it with dirt. That is the plan, that is the proposal, and the applicant is here to discuss the details of the proposal.
And just to be clear, what we're looking at is the rear, can you just put the...
Yeah.
Just orient us in this.
I'm going to take you to a plan. This is also not, I forgot to tell you, this is not part of the proposal. There's a lot of staff level work here. The rear facade, replacement of windows and creating of masonry openings, and the modifications all meet staff level as well as the work of the roof. So here's the rear yard in the cellar. This portion is already excavated. This is not excavated. And it goes all the way out to the lot line. So they're proposing to excavate the rest of it and then fill in the dirt.
So it's a 5-foot rear yard.
Yes, it's a very small rear yard.
It is excavated.
And half of it's excavated already out to the lot line.
Does it abut another building?
Yeah, that's a rear wall. Yeah.
Which is why it's a difficult photograph.
Exactly, yes. Here's the photograph of the building from the rear yard. It's very different. So I'm going to take it back to the front here, hand it over to the applicants.
My name is Elliot. So this is our designation photo. It's hard to see because of the shadow, unfortunately, but it's very similar to the 1940s photograph. But what we felt when we were searching for the utility language for this building, since it was purpose-built as a warehouse, as an industrial facility, is that it would be more similar to the building on the left, which was also an industrial warehouse building. So we saw it rather than what we felt was already in operation in the 1940s and 1980s and 1969. What would be more appropriate would be something similar to these multi-level windows, industrial buildings, pre-war. So the proposal reflects that aesthetic decision. So it's not based on an historic documentation of this building, but what we felt would be appropriate in the 1999 industrial facility. Looking at the historic front, you can see that we have two conditions. We're required to have 2 means of egress. So as a facility, we have So we've got the main entrance here, so signaling that moved away from the smaller lights to try to give a signal of that. And then this is the egress corridor, which has continuation of this similar thing. So these look small, but in actuality, about 20 inches by 20 inches. So besides the frames, the frame divisions themselves are an inch and a quarter. So they're pretty slim. And here we have this funny mirrored condition, which is a spandrel glass. So this is hiding the division wall between the lobby space and the egress corridor. So that wall needs to, so we try to make this as generous as possible for the lobby. So this wall we're covering with the spandrel glass to minimize the presence to the street, so we don't have to have a taken lane or taken wall at that point. And the reason for removing this portion of this historic condition is to create a minimum amount of area we need for accessibility. And this is basically the 18-inch clearance inside of the 36-inch. So here you can see that rather than the garage door, we've still got a
very large door adjacent to the passenger door, which will facilitate parking next to us. And we're cleaning up a few of the elements, getting rid of all this stuff, minimizing it with a smaller intercom, replacing an existing light with a nicer one in the same location, and leaving a few of the other characters that are predominant. It's hard to render mirror, but it's a mirror. And the other thing of importance is that because we have to set the doors back from the facade in order to create clearances, 18-inch maximum projection, we're pushing the doors back from their original brick reveals, and we're filling those in with a granite that's matching the existing water stone. So that's a condition that you see right here. So these sections are all the same, but it's basically these ones there. And talking to the secondary facades, it is a little bit confusing for us coordinating with their geotechnical engineers, but this space currently is mechanically inside the building, so this is an interior space here. And the back wall of that is this party wall that is the garden wall. So this drawing is cutting right at the face of the building and then removing it. And so as Abby was pointing out, so this is currently dirt with a slab on top. So when you walk out on the first floor, you're right here on top of the slab. So the rear yard is 17 by 25 feet, and it's all concrete. And so what we're doing in our proposal is restoring it to more of a true rear yard, so there won't be any concrete at all, but rather soil elements. So we're actually removing the interior space and then giving it back to the rear yard, but just at a lower level. These sections describe that, and we can go back to the questions. That is, bulkhead isn't part of this specification. You can go back to if there's any questions. There's none that's visible. And in essence, it's easy to see here, but you have an existing elevator bulkhead and stair on this side of the building, and we're consolidating that right here against this building, so trying to basically just consolidate the HVAC and all the services into one area on one side. So it's in some ways actually smaller in building and less. These are this building plans. We know that this is actually the building on Tompkins Street, not Harlem.
Why are you lowering the one level below the back top?
It would be easiest to see here. So currently on the ground level, on the street level, we have a series of large windows. And this space is going to be a gallery space. So when you walk into the lobby, directly behind the lobby, we're proposing a much larger opening. I want to bring in light to that space. Already it's basically crammed in a very tight block that doesn't have a lot of open space. And so below that, on the cellar level, there's offices for the staff. And so the proposal is to try to make the space that's both nice for the staff so they can look out and see plants and this historic garden wall. And then kind of axial view into this gallery. We have a large opening, but then we'll look out at treetops and something that is kind of soft and nice. So just improving light and accessibility and visibility.
Public testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, if you have any speakers who've signed in, would anyone like to speak? So we have a resolution from Community Board 2 that has broken it out into different parts. So the Community Board 2 recommends denial of the ground floor detail as a
4 windows in the front facade, finding that they're out of character with the building and the district. Approval of the removal of the step to provide accessible access, provided there's only minimal destruction of historic material, and removing those brick courses. Approval of the rear facade windows, approval of the rear facade and rear excavation, approval of the rooftop mechanical equipment. Again, the rear facade windows and the rooftop mechanical equipment are not part of this application. So the community board recommends approval of the excavation and denial of the ground floor infill, but we don't seem to comment on the upper floor windows at all on the front facade. And we have an email from the Broadway Residents Coalition writing in opposition to signage. This is not the right, this isn't the right one. Okay, so the only testimony we have is the committee board 2 resolution. Would you like to respond? So they recommended denial of the ground floor openings, finding that they're out of character with the building. Specifically erasing the manufacturing history.
Yeah. During the meeting, there was some discussion about the appropriateness of the scale of our infill. And I guess I just wanted to reiterate that we felt that it was something that echoed this type of building, and that we felt that it was an improvement on the windows over there, that would feel sort of textural and feel like a natural addition to.
So can we have a motion to close the hearing? Second. Does anyone have any thoughts? Let's break it down. We have the excavation at the rear, and we have the multi-light windows on the front around the facade. It's all fine.
Yeah, the excavation at the rear is just the reverse of what we're normally seeing, just creating paved over areas, et cetera, and actually creating greenery in that exact space where we normally have it. It's perfectly fine.
I agree with that, and I agree with the design of the windows, but I disagree with mirrored spandrel glass for the infill with the exit doors. I just think it's kind of a commercial office approach, and I think some sort of an obscured glass we work out with staff where the obscurity is the key, but not mirrored.
Could be a frosted glass, still have a reflective quality.
Well, not too.
Not mirrored.
Yeah, not like mirrored.
Not like mirrored. Right, or, right, so it could be a frosted or titanium glass or have a filled with fire. Michael, good question.
Matter of LPC 19-2889, 225 West 13th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. An application to modify entrance infill, replace windows, and alter the rear facade. I recommend approval of some modifications, finding that the work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural or historic features. That the proposed metal multi-light window assemblies with fixed and operable sashes will be consistent with windows found in industrial buildings of the same type in terms of configuration, operations, and design. That the proposed area finish of the proposed replacement windows and structural infill will harmonize with the light color palette of the building. That the full-height multi-light doors at the garage opening will recall in a contemporary manner the historic full-height panel doors of this day. That the limited removal of plain masonry at the base of the storefront bedding will help to accommodate barrier-free access. That the composition of the operable storefront infill level of transparency of the ground floor street facade will be consistent with the industrial character of the building. that the proposed excavation will be designed and built in compliance with DOB regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building and the adjacent buildings and will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the excavation of the western portion of the rear yard to align with the existing excavated portion of the eastern portion of the rear yard will not significantly alter the relationship of the rear yard to the building or an intact central green space. However, I find that the installation of mirror glass at the portion of one of the storefronts will detract from significant architectural features of the building, and recommend that the applicant work with staff to find an appropriate glass for that area, similar to frosted glass or some other appropriate material.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Commissioners, item 6 on the agenda is an application for certificate of appropriateness of Broadway at document number 19-884. This is for Broadway, located in the Minnesota Cast Iron Historic District. It's a classical style store and loft building designed by Robert Ruby, built in 1869-70. The application is to modify the storefront entrance and install signage.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 483 Broadway, located between Grove Street and Grand Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The proposal is to make modifications at the storefront entrance for barrier-free access and to install halo-lit signage at the cast iron sign in. Please note that the storefront restoration and cast iron restoration is being reviewed at staff level. The applicant is here to present the proposal and answer any questions.
Thank you, Holly. Good morning, Commissioners. Carol, nice to see you. I'm here with our client, Mark Vicky of TJX, our developer, project architect, and my colleague, Julie Rosen. As Holly said, the project site is 483 Broadway. It's a food block store and mall building in the Soho Cast Iron District, running from the west side of Broadway through to the east side of Commercial Street. And the scope that's before you today for signage and an ADA entry is really sort of two small components of a much larger restoration project that Holly alluded to that includes new wood and glass storefront infill, extensive cast iron restoration, and Broadway restoration that we're working with Holly on the details for. And these two pieces are sort of critical to both making the store accessible and signing the storefront. Some existing photographs around the base of the building. This is the existing store entry. You can see it's up 2 steps from a diamond plate platform. In this detail photo, you can see that the wall-light risers are still visible, but the landings and the tread are covered in diamond plate. You can also see that a storefront was built sometime, we think, in the 1930s, was built outboard of the historic storefront. And in that process, you can see in this photo in particular, the cast iron handles were stripped off and other elements were covered and removed. So all of that is coming off and the storefront is going to land in the appropriate historical plane. Some other existing photographs up at the cornice level. Here on the left, you can see there's this flat fascia, decorative cast iron brackets, coating over that fascia, and then infill. This is the building entry. And the capitals remain here only at the building entry, so we're going to be using that as a model for the store, the restoration of the other capitals. And then the typical storefront base, the risers, and actually the platforms, or the storefront wall-like platform remain, except the storefronts in the 1930s were dropped on top of it, so those are now interior, and all that will be peeled back to get to the historic plane. 2 historic photos from the 1870s and 1912. To the left, you can see the presence of signage and awnings across the storefront. This photo we thought was interesting. This is showing the existing steps, but an infill bay of storefront infill in that location, with doors in this location. So perhaps sometime between 1870 when the building was completed and 1912, those doors were taken out. The 1940s tax photo and the designation photo. So by 1940 on the left, you can see that existing storefront had been constructed outboard of the cast iron storefront, and then the 1970s photo of the number destination with the entry here in its current location. So the proposal involves removing all that exterior infill, restoring the cast iron, replicating and recasting capitals, dropping these doors so they're at grade, installing awnings that we're working with staff on, and installing lid sign, the halo lid sign above the store entry. So really the work that's under consideration is really in this location at the store entry. Existing plan and proposed plan. The proposed plan just shows that we're going to add right here. There will be steps and a ramp all happening inside the store. Building elevations showing the completed work in the current conditions. The existing plan section and elevation could just illustrate, particularly in elevation, the position of that storefront here, and you can see clearly here sort of outboard the columns where it wants to be is back. This is the proposed plan in this plane where it was historically. So this is a detailed plan elevation section just illustrating the work that's being done, new wing glass, storefront infill, restored wall lights, and an at-grade entry with reusing the landing and the tread at the access point. Here's an elevation without the awnings just to show you the proportionality. We're installing new transoms. These are the sort of historic proportions. This bay here is non-historic. We're hoping that the building will take on the replication of these to sort of maintain consistency, but this is the historic configurations based on the remaining fabric. A few images of some other lit signage, and so the commission has approved lit signage along Broadway, Crate and Barrel, this store and Michael Kors store. Those are all along Broadway. You all have approved a range of different sign types. What we're proposing is very different than this. Is an opaque letter with a halo off the back, so you don't see the illumination source. It's not face lit or internally lit, and it'll really only be noticeable in the evening. So these are a detailed sheet of the signage. It's going up in the sign there, logical place. These letters are 18 inches tall, the J and the X are 24 inches tall, and 3 inches deep. They're mounted, the way what we're showing is they're mounted on a raceway, which is going to contain the electronics of the sign that will power the LEDs that are in here. The face again of the sign is opaque. We've been talking with the sign manufacturer. We understand actually we can take the guts of this and actually move it inward. So we might be able to actually make this dimension a little narrower than it is shown right now at 3 inches. I also want to point out that the attachment is something that we've been looking at very closely, because what we would be doing both for the attachment of the raceway and the power would be creating small openings in that flat fascia. And we've been working with Kate Allen of Allen Architectural Metals, who has been doing this for a long time everywhere, and working with her to develop this sort of means and method of how we're going to go about doing this. And really the first thing that we're going to do is do an assessment, and she's going to do an assessment hopefully of the cast iron to make sure that there are no underlying cracks that we can't see because of the heat cover, etc. Or she's also pointed out that if the iron's been welded at any time, that also affects the makeup of the metal and also makes it more brittle. So if following the survey, it's found that there are no welds and there are no existing cracks, she's entirely confident that with sort of a black oxide drill bit, you can create small penetrations through this flat fascia without damaging the metal. This is the same thing. They're currently doing restoration of the Capitol Dome in DC. They created penetrations in the same manner there. So they're going to do this in a very sort of cautious and careful way, following a survey to make sure that the underlying metal contains those penetrations. Some detailing for the entry. I think this is probably the clearest image here. So the landing and tread will be set down at grade, and so one will be able to walk straight from the sidewalk without the steps, and the steps and ramp will occur on the inside, thereby retaining that historic fabric and reincorporating it. And then the other details on this page are the details that we're working on for the new storefront. And then finally, an elevation or rendering rather than showing the finished work with the restored infill, cast iron, wall lights, awnings, sign
anyone have any questions?
New capitals would be cast iron. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So we'll take public testimony. Jesse Denham.
Jesse Demo from Historic Districts Council. HDC applauds the choice to remove the transom, which re-exposes the grinning cast iron columns back to the surface of the facade. The corporate branding, however, is a bit of overkill. The TJ Maxx logo appears 6 times within the storefront, and efforts should be made to minimize this signage. Additionally, we've questioned the color choice on new storefront doors. Proposed dark colors at ungamely odds with the light palette of the historic storefront. Thank you.
And Christopher Rock.
Christopher Rock for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This wonderful restoration of the facade is very welcome, and we are sorry to say that there is one element that we think needs revision. While the signage on canopies is a reasonable proposal, electrification of the cast iron panel above the entrance is potentially damaging to building fabric. And I'd like to add that despite the expertise which is telling us it will not collapse instantly if it's drilled, there's also a question of the future and leakage of water over time. Also, the proposed sign design is incompatible with the style of the building. And although as a logo it needs to be used as proposed, emphasized from the available panel area and distraction from the beautiful facade restoration. In the 19th century, it was a frequent practice to locate signage above historical cornices, the model in this case. Thank you.
Peter Davies.
Morning, Pete Davies, Broadway Residents Coalition. I'd like to commend the applicant for the restoration and for the ADA access. However, the signage is a big problem. I write on behalf of the Broadway Residents Coalition in opposition to the portion of this application regarding the signage. Most specifically, we're asking for denial of the internally illuminated halo-lit signage for TJ Maxx, which is inappropriate in both form and color. We're also seeking modification of the excessive amount of signage being sought for this location on the awning. I've lived on Broadway in Soho for over 38 years, and we ask the commissioners to support our ongoing effort of local residents and others to control inappropriate and non-contextual lighting and signage within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. Specifically, the citation of precedent, although it was mentioned that what is being offered now is different. Only one of those that is shown is internally illuminated. The other 3 are backlit. The Crate and Barrel is from NOAA. The Perch sign was backlit. That is gone. The operation shut down. The G-Star is backlit. The Michael Kors is shut down. That signage is gone. That was approved as part of a huge package of changes at that store, and it escaped the community. It was a summer application, which is always problematic. That triggered us to be much more watchful about illuminated signage on Broadway, and we've really been, with your support from the commission, pushing back against this. Let me just make sure I'm covering everything here. The red, problematic, but thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? So we have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval of the design of the wood infill, provided the transom lights are uniform in size, and recommending denial of the sign, denial of any sign that is internally illuminated or overly bright or large, and denial of any attachments into the cast iron. So would you like to respond to some of the
Just a
comments?
couple of things. First of all, I'll indicate these in sort of reverse order. So regarding the community board, when this was presented back in August to the community board, the proposal was for an internally illuminated sign, so sort of something similar to that Michael Kors sign, which had a plexiglass face and internally lit, so it was face lit. Really in response to community board comments, we changed the detailing so that it's a metal sign, and you will read as a metal sign. The light really is just sort of around it, and it comes off the back, so you don't see the light. It's actually quite discreet, and it's similar to that perch sign that was included in the presentation. I think the other thing, just in terms of the presence of the sign, obviously it is the company's logo, we're not going to change that, but I think, first of all, this is Broadway, this is sort of the historical sort of commercial heart of Lower Manhattan, and the presence of signage on these storefronts, I think, is entirely appropriate for this building and for the district. I think the awnings are something obviously that the staff can approve, and this sign is located over the door. I think the size of it, in proportion with the sign band, is appropriate. It's about 17, 18 feet up off the street, so it's actually dimensionally at 18 inches, 24 inches, it may sound large, but when you consider how high up off the street it is, it's actually quite high. So whether it's the depth of the sign or the size of it, it's also, I think, sort of proportional to the sign band. It calls out the entry of the store. There will be no decals, so this discussion about sort of too much signage, there are no window decals as part of this proposal. It's just the awnings and the sign over the door. And obviously the attachments we've addressed, and there's concern, we have concern about attaching the cast iron, it's something that we research carefully. We're going to only do it if it's something that doesn't cause damage to the underlying elevation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from us about the size, location, and attachment? Well, it might be nice to just talk a little bit about what the motion to close the hearing. About what the commission's rules and past regulatory history has been. It is true that the commission has over the years approved a number of types of illuminated signs in the district. We have moved, I think, away over the years from internally illuminated signs with plastic lenses and have encouraged backlit signs similar to this, although and I think the size of 18 inches is actually a size that comes from our rules for a staff level approval, which is designed, they're not illuminated at all. Maybe speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with the signage rule section, and you've covered a lot of it, but one of the key aspects of the existing rules is that staff's not allowed to approve any signage that's installed in the cast iron, so the applicants have addressed that, and that part of it's before you today. That also therefore limits the ability to do illuminated signage, even of the type that staff can currently approve, which is a concealed trough type lighting for a gooseneck for the same reasons. So any of those lighting types would more or less be brought forward to you today because of you're dealing with the cast iron. But with regard to the signage itself, it is true the existing rule limits the height, whether one line of text or 2 to 18 inches. I believe this sign may be slightly taller than that, maybe where the J is in the logo, but otherwise it seems to be fitting that particular criteria. The depth is also something that the staff level rules look at. As it stands today, limited to 1 inch thickness, so I believe this proposal also has thicker depth than what's currently allowed. That's something that staff has been considering, and the proposed rule amendments has increased that to be a 2-inch max on the thickness. So there are some tweaks that have happened between the existing rules and the proposed rules, but generally this is in the ballpark of those criteria, if not slightly deeper and slightly taller. So in terms of regulatory history, yes, the halo lighting has also been something that the commissioners have approved in many cases, particularly over the last several years, so much so that that was another aspect of the proposed rule amendments that we decided to include. So a staff would have the ability to review such a proposal with backlit halo lighting where the letter itself is opaque, not the internal type where it shines through a plastic lens.
And again, the commission in the past has Earlier limits, but also the early days, backlit signs did allow a halo backlighting for a sign with a channel sign with a plastic lens. And I think we've been moving away from that, moving with a solid metal face, which is what this proposal is. So, that history, anyone have any comments?
I hear it all, I see it all. There's something still overwhelmingly branding about this proposal. I'm trying to figure out exactly why. I think Cass did a brilliant job of defending the signage, etc., but I still feel that it's somehow overwhelming this building and inappropriate. Earlier we saw, this very minimal signage nearby for, say, Miyake. And I'm not proposing that TJ Maxx should emulate that. It's a different brand, a different store. But there's something wrong here, I think. It's just too big, too much, too red. I think if 18 inches is our rule, then maybe if it were really only 18 inches, with the X and the J and so forth, crunch down a bit, it might help. I think the backlit halo sign is good. I don't know what others feel, but there's something I'm trying to put my finger on. It's just like branding this gorgeous building with too much, just too much. I think somehow it has to be somehow reduced. It's the red color, if that's TJ Maxx's color, well, maybe the color is their color, but when you come to Soho, you have a special, you have to adopt and adapt, and maybe they have to not do it in red. I'm not sure. Just wait for others.
And I wonder if, the awnings are eligible for staff level people because they meet the rules. So in the context of this overall proposal and considering the amount of signage, if there were limited or reduced number of signs on the awning skirts, do you think that might make it feel less like branding in conjunction with the other sign?
Well, normally, normally what we approve, I really am not convinced that she can even denominate awnings. Normally what we approve is a sign on the top. I agree with Fred about the proportions and what the limit should be, so maybe it has to be down. And then one blade sign or a flag so this is, we never allow this much branding.
Sure, I think it's worth just reminding everyone that if this sign on the top was smaller than required the installation detail, it would all be staff approval as the rules have been written for the last 15 years. So the amount of signage actually in the store is very typical for what the staff approves all the time throughout the city. So I think the TJ Maxx sign itself is a little bit larger, maybe the proportions on that fascia. But there is a proportional requirement too as well that it fit proportionally. So maybe 18 inches is just too big on this fascia. Maybe that's what's striking everybody wrong. But in terms of like the idea of a sign over the entrance and a sign on the awning skirts, that is something that's been part of the rules for a very, very long time. The red color, again, the Climate Commission has very just deferential colors for a very, very long time. So just to establish context.
If I could just comment, I agree about the red color. I don't have a problem with that part of the brand, and I appreciate what you're saying in those major rules, but in almost every session I have been in, we need to limit the amount of branding on the facade of other retail space. We just do. And so if, to me, it just doesn't seem like it fits in with the context of the district to have all of it's just my feeling about it. The other thing I wanted to also say, and I did want to compliment the applicant for restoration work as well, is I agree with some of the testimony, with someone who testified that it would fit better visually with the building if the color of the door matched the rest of the facade. It looked like it's better. So, yes, ma'am.
I think I've seen so many applications where we approve the logo of the company and the color of the logo. So I find it hard to say. I think what's going on here is that the logo is a very bright color, and I believe that is their branding color. And the lettering also, the form of the lettering is very, sort of flashy, but that happens to be their logo. So I find it hard to say, well, they shouldn't have their logo in their color because we traditionally approved that in a number of locations. I'm wondering if the awning color, which also is their logo color, was like, let's say, more black or something like that. And just the site itself, if that wouldn't produce a large impact on this logo, which is kind of jumping out at you, because it's intensifying it. I don't really have a problem with putting the name on the skirts, because I do think it kind of, in a number of cases, originally we said if there was a full facade, two facades, we said okay, so that's my comment. I would suggest that the awning color be retreating color, and perhaps the sign would be a little bit small, but then it would fit staff rules.
Well, it's still the penetration into the cast iron and the illumination, recognition of all that. So I think,
well, only if it's obviously staff, they can prove that it's not a
okay, so.
Just a couple of points to clarify from the applicant. So the door is not painted, they're proposing a stain, it's a natural wood, so they're doing a stain finish for the door. And they are open to reducing the height of the proposed signage so that nothing is taller than 18 inches, so that would improve the proportions. Just following up on Mark's comments before, as a reminder for staff to review a proposal like this, because it's a cast iron cornice, staff would be able to approve painted sign or 1 inch or less thick letter applied to the cast iron with no holes drilled into it. So that in combination with the awnings as proposed would be a staff level approval. So again, it's really the illuminated sign in the band. That's the one component staff can approve, and commissioners are looking at it also for the cumulative effect. But staff would be comfortable with cumulative effect of signage between the signs on the awnings and the one sign in the cornice itself. Often we're asked to look at 3 or 4 different sign types. This actually is proposing only 2. They're not proposing any decals or windows or any other type.
So I think that's the struggle here is that, but for the penetration into the cast iron and the illumination, proposal with this amount of signage, font, and color would be eligible for a staff level permit. So the question is, was that illumination and how to change the nature of it? And I think that what we're hearing here is there's something about the color of the font that makes it seem like it's branding, but again, if it were not illuminated, that would be something that staff would have a permit for. So I guess there are a couple options. One is the applicant has suggested that they would reduce the size of the sign so that the taller letters are 18 inches and the other letters would be smaller. And I guess would that be enough to
to make it feel like it's less branding for you all, or do you think that we should sort of go beyond years were allowed to suggest staff?
I would, if Diana's comment could be taken into effect under staff and approve it or not approve it. I have a hard time voting in favor unless the lines were black or gray or something excessive. Then everything's fine, including the lettering on the awnings. So I should suggestion that the lettering in red, backlit, that would be fine.
So I think would everyone be comfortable with the applicant working with the staff to revise the color of the awnings to be more neutral? Great. We still have 6. Okay with the same door.
Now talking about the lowering.
And the lowering of the steps. Yes, I recall it.
So we're going to head up 483 Broadway, Soho, Cast Iron Historic District. The application is to modify the storefront entrance and install signage, noting the style, scale, materials and details of the building, the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Soho, Cast Iron Historic District. I recommend approval of modifications, finding that the proposed work will create free access to the building in the least obtrusive manner possible, that the existing steps and doors and sills will be lower, and the cast iron bulk lights currently located on the track will be mounted flush with the threshold, thereby maintaining the presence of historic cabinet, that the proposed signage located that the cast iron sign again will be installed on the raised grade using a preliminary number of penetrations, therefore minimizing the impact of this significant architectural features, that the pale lit signage is in keeping with the busy commercial character of the Broadway streetscape, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural character of the building of the cast iron district. However, I recommend the applicant work with staff to select a neutral awning color and reduce the height of the sign in the corners.
Okay, a second. All in favor? Opposed?
Item 7 on the agenda is an application for certificate of notice for modification of use in bulk. That's document number 19-29818, 325 Park Avenue, aka 109 East 50th Street, St. Bartholomew's Church, Community House, and Regional Landmark. Byzantine style church designed by Goodview, 1914 and the Byzantine style community house with closet designed by Marriage Murray Phillip, and built in 1926 to 28. The application is to establish a master plan for restorative work and continuing maintenance of the complex in connection with potential future development rights transfers pursuant to applicable provisions of the zoning resolution, including sections 81-602 and 81-642 of the East Regional District, and section 74-7.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for preservation staff, and I'm doing an application for 35 Park Avenue, also known as St. Bartholomew's Church and Community House, an individual landmark located between East 50th Street and East 51st Street. The application is to request approval for a program for the continuing maintenance of the complex in connection with potential future development rights and the right of transfers to enforcement applicable provisions of the zoning resolution for East Midland Sub-District and section 7479. Furthermore, significant completed restorative work at the roofs
An historical future restoration work will be shown as the basis for the maintenance program. Valerie Campbell, the architect, will introduce the application to you, followed by Anthony Wolf, and afterwards Louis Martino of Aegis and Doyle Partners Architects will go through the restorative work associated with the application.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm Member 11 in the Land Use Council of the San Bartholomew's Church. Before I start, I'd like to say we're really happy to be here on Sarah's first day as chair, and it's very exciting. So we are here not to actually, at this time, to propose any work, but to get approval for a continuing maintenance plan. And that plan is required under Section 81-642B of the zoning resolution in order for the church to transfer its development rights in East Minetta. So this is, we have done the condition survey of the church, which the Martino will give you an overview of, develop priorities, and we have drafted a restrictive declaration which would require the church in perpetuity and becomes effective upon the first transfer, and keep the buildings in sound condition, and to contribute funds from the transfers into work that is either immediate work that's restorative or to the landmark account. And what we are proposing is under 10% of any transfers have to go to the Diocese of New York, which is used for capital improvements to other churches in the diocese, some of which may be landmark. We're proposing that a minimum of 75% of the proceeds be either used immediately for restorative work or put in the landmark account to be used for such work. 15% would be discretionary, but some of that money might go to actual work, some might go to interior work, other funds would probably just pay for some of the transaction costs. There is a sale that is in contract that should generate about $11 million for restorative work. And that allocation of funds would be in place until the commission certifies that the buildings are in sound condition. At that point, the contribution would be 5% to the landmarks account, and that is consistent with what the commission just approved for St. Patrick's Cathedral. And basically, sort of the difference in the allocations, St. Patrick's had spent millions and millions of dollars on their restoration project, so their building was already in sound condition. Ours, St. Bart's, will be brought to sound condition using the proceeds, but it will happen over time. As Lou will present, there's about $30 to $40 million worth of work that they estimate needs to be done before the building will be in sound condition. We will also have the continuing inspection obligation, periodic inspections every 7 years, and we will have until the buildings we will be obligated to do any work identified in the periodic inspections to the extent that there are funds available in the account. When we will make, if there are not enough funds, we will make an effort to find those funds. And then after the church is in sound condition, then we would have an obligation just to do all of that work, and that would be a non-commissioned obligation. So I'd like to introduce Rector Dean Wolf to say a few words. We also have other members of the congregation, Liza Nelson and John Gillette, who are wardens, Andrew Dino, who's a former warden, and Peter Sullivan, who will actually be speaking during the public testimony.
Good morning. I'm Bishop Dean Wolf. I'm the rector of St. Bart's, which means I'm the senior clergyman there. So it seemed like a good idea to get a guy with a collar up in front to talk for just a little bit. Tonight we're celebrating the 100-year anniversary of this National Historic Landmark building. A building that houses, of course, a worshiping community, but also a soup kitchen, a food pantry, a preschool, a music program, a shelter, an athletic program, and a counseling center. The sale of these development rights will give us a solid start towards renovating our building and moves us toward the long-term dream to have funds to restore fully this beautiful historic building. Thank you to the commissioners and to the hardworking staff. We'll be happy to talk to you about it anytime.
Good morning. My name is Lou Martino from Manchester Doyle. I'm accompanied by Nick Doyle. You've heard a lot of introductory remarks, so I'll go very quickly. St. Bartholomew's Church, you're all very much aware of it. It is located on Park Avenue between 50th and 51st Street, right in the middle of the Midtown East sub-district, with most of its real estate located in the Park Avenue sub-area. Significant building, not only since inception, with a nice Romanesque massing with Byzantine influences as interpreted with a Venetian type style. Still today, it is an imposing structure with the backdrop of the cityscape beyond. Interesting, sort of Renaissance type feel to the whole place. Not only in the interior, but in the exterior as well. Just a brief timeline. Generally, recognized as construction started in 1917, completed in 1918, community house. Moving forward in 1925, its completion around 1929, 1928, with the dome completed in 1930s. Designated a landmark in 1967. The addition of some amenity spaces on 51st Street, then recognized as on the National Registry of Historic Places in 1980. Atchison Doyle began to get involved in St. Bartholomew's Church with restorations that included a reconfiguration and repavement of the terrace, so it could allow for the continued functioning of the gymnasium space below. Most recently, we completed the restoration of the dome in 2017. Quick orientation, Stephen Garden here, the church proper on a Latin plan with the adjacent community house here. There's a little gem of the space known as the Garth here, and then here's the terrace on the southwest corner at Park and 50th Street. As it's been mentioned, not only is it a church, but it's an enormous community facility. It has a lot of outreach programs. There's a school function. There's a lot of spaces available for social and private gatherings, all within the backdrop of the city. So it's a beautiful juxtaposition of architectures, if you will. And there are many support spaces for not only parishioners, but also members of the community. So it is a vibrant community service facility that is in need of repair. Atchison Doyle began its efforts in April and May of this year, but we have had a history of involvement since 2019, so that in conjunction with continued sort of interactions with facilities personnel, our continued assessment of conditions and efforts in the most recent months have led to our making a recommendation and proposing a priority list, as well as a projection for what we think costs are associated to bring the building to sound condition. As noted earlier, one of the most significant and parts of the church that you can claim is in sound condition is the dome. Generally, 3 priorities with the community house and the church, and then associated details of both buildings. We estimate, we're not clear about all of the specific scopes, but they are itemized and anticipated to be within a $30 to $40 million range based on what's encountered as the work proceeds and more detailed inspections that define scope are determined. A lot of detailed exploration and observation. There are still many roof situations, many roof conditions that need to be addressed. You are looking at a condition that is not atypical for many of the flat, low roofs. Much of the roofing repairs were sort of an emergency stopgap measure, and there are enhancements that need to be done. Some of the terracotta roofs have been replaced, principally the sanctuary roof, the transept roofs, and the chancel roofs have been replaced, but there are other remaining terracotta roofs that require replacement, and there are typically roof conditions that are just sort of unaddressed and not up to code with respect to an unprotected edge of the roof there. The church is quite beautiful. It has this, very beautiful pattern brick, multi-sized, multi-colored, which is succumbing to its years of installation and exposure. This is actually a photo of what's going on the inside of the masonry wall that requires the same kinds of repairs and attention that would be applied to the exterior of the building. These are 2 photos of typical conditions that include brick erosion and exfoliation and joint erosion as well. That's typical. There's also staining that is evident throughout. There's also compromised limestone just about everywhere you look. A particularly vulnerable point is all the fenestration. This is an example of a window that no longer closes appropriately. You can see that there's been infiltration and deterioration at the stone, at the jambs. This is what they've accumulated detritus at the bottom. A lot of the windows need to simply be restored to their original sort of functionality and weatherability. There's quite a unique and interesting feature at the top of the building. This is a colonnade that goes completely around the building. If this building were located in Europe, this would be on the tour for 45 euros for sure. It's quite interesting. It is lined by all these columns and interesting multiple kinds of stone, granite, marble, as well as limestone. Typical conditions that require attention are the stone voussoirs at all the arched openings, a lot of different joints, staining and deterioration to the limestone. Some locations where there's been insensitive installations of protective glazing. This is an example of condensation that accumulates at the bottom of an unvented protection glazing around some stone tracery windows. The wheel window to the south facing the terrace has some stopgap repairs on some of the columns, some strappings. It's not atypical for many of the locations where the stained glass windows have been protected by glazings that are not appropriate. This is actually a stained glass window, and not only are you not unaware of that from the exterior, but you simply are less aware of it from the interior because so much of the incident light that falls on the window doesn't pass through. There's several door locations that have in the past been upgraded, which require attention. They're deteriorating, and stylistically they would be more appropriate. There are many significant features, the most important of which is the standard white portal and entrance of the church. That is an element that was originally down on 44th Street, was relocated when the church was relocated here at the beginning of the 20th century. There are significant bronze doors at this location, no longer functioning, require attention for restoration. An original feature to the church was these biparted pocket doors that were also swing doors. Those currently function in the absence of the bronze doors functioning. And these require restoration as well. Stanford White Portal, some of the details, it's quite richly embellished. There's a lot of stone carving, some of which is beginning to show deterioration. Obviously, columns, typically in marble, have seen better days, some of which have been stabilized or protected with a protective netting. The steps leading to the Stanford White Portal have shown signs of wear. There's a lot of displacement. There's also erosion and cupping, creating a trip hazard. About 3 years ago, we did an emergency repair at the top with stone patching material, and that's holding up quite well. But overall, this is a restoration project in the making for sure. The community house, which is adjacent to the church, stylistically not exactly like the church, but certainly appropriate and complementary. But its later construction era incorporated steel much more so than the church, and that steel is beginning to make itself evident by the fact that there's rust-eating and deterioration that's going on. So this is a systemic problem that is pervasive throughout the community house, and there are contract documents for the repair of this building currently now. There's a lot of details that include the stone restoration and window restoration and the steel repair, as well as parapet rebuilds, all of which is appended in appendices in the back of the handout that we indicated. If any of you have questions, we'd be happy to entertain them. But I think we're clear that we've expressed that there is a need, there is a cost associated with that need to bring the building to standard.
And I see also in the appendix you have prioritized.
We have prioritized the list of identified scopes.
We'll take a look at how that was prioritized. Are there any other questions?
The costs associated with the maintenance and the G12 are all 2018 costs. They're not accelerated out to whenever these would realistically be completed.
They are 2018 costs. They're not, there's
No priority 3 items, which might occur 10 years from now.
It
Could be
considered
20%. Okay.
Yes.
So Commissioner, just to sort of put these in context, what makes this a little bit different, it's just that unlike Grand Central and unlike St. Pat, which really just finished this huge restoration and done all the work, this is an institution that needs the transfer to happen. And so that's why, unlike with St. Pat's and unlike with Grand Central Terminal, they're proposing to put in at least 75% of revenue from every transfer directly into all this work. And that's why it's a little bit different, you know? And that's the staff's focus is to keep the building going forward. And once it gets to be the sound condition, it sort of reverts back to what we typically require is 5% for Grand Central.
I was just curious to know because if 75% might not be enough, then what are we talking about?
I think what they've recognized is that, and there's a memo to all of us that I just earlier, that, you know, that they will use, if the money went out, they'll use their best effort to find other sources of funds to do also.
Any other questions for applicant or for staff? We'll go to public testimony. Mr. Belbach.
For the Society for the Architecture of the City. Now, this great preservation battleground is an early adopter of the extended transfer development practice into Midtown zoning. We have a question about the possible future treatment of the portico. To recall the 1966 designation report, Hudson incorporated in his new building the beautiful Romanesque porch, then part of the Church of Madison Avenue for the 4th Street. The porch, designed by McKinley in white, was given by his family as a memorial to Cornelius Van II. Its model was the much admired portico of the Church of Saint-Gilles at Arles in southern France, one of the earliest Romanesque examples of the grouping of 3 doorways into a single composition. Royal Cortizos, the famous architect, has called the portal of St. Bartholomew's Church one of the most noble works of its kind in modern times. The report that is being approved today is extremely thorough, and the architect authors have already executed a very successful restoration of the St. Bartholomew's dome. But because of the volume of needed repairs, their descriptions are somewhat abbreviated, and very extensive rebuilding with replacement of original materials is contemplated for the portico. For instance, replace existing stone columns deteriorated beyond repair and provide stone patching repairs to carved column capitals 24 total. Rebuild with replacement stone materials the existing steps and platform in their entirety. We wonder whether this program, once approved, will receive any more detailed scrutiny from the commissioners and the public, because while it is important for cities planning to approve the present document as part of the administration to move zoning and the source of funding for the repairs, clearly there are aspects of the proposed renovation that could be controversial.
Peter Sullivan.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Peter Sullivan, and I am chairperson of the St. Bart's Building Committee. I'd like to thank the staff and the commission for all the work they've done to assist us developing this plan for continuing maintenance. It has not been easy. When you walk down Park Avenue in the 50s, you come at 50 and 51st, a break in all the tall skyscrapers, and that break is St. Bart's. And I think it gives the eye and people looking at that part of town a needed break. And the break is just not any break. It's a break with a beautiful historic building designed by one of the noted church architects in the world. It's historic. It's been named landmarks by the United States as well as the city of New York. As Lou pointed out, and any casual view of the church when you're on Park Avenue and 50th will tell you that it needs work. It needs a lot of work. And the parish has strived over the years to do the work that is necessary. But this work has been done to promote safety and do quick fixes so the church doesn't further decline. It's clear that the parish cannot do all of this work within the means that it has. And that's why when the mayor and the city council passed the new Midtown East zoning, we were ecstatic because the prior regime did not work, because St. Bart's had no easy way to transfer their air rights. This gives them that opportunity. And that opportunity has already raised one prospect with J.P. Morgan, who St. Bart's is in contract with, to do a meaningful start to all of the renovation that it does, or will need to do. To answer the lady's question previously about some of the details that will happen when restoration starts, we will have to come back to the Landmarks Commission for everything that we do under the law. So we're just not going to start doing that plan without being involved, not having landmarks involved, but being intimately involved with everything that we do. St. Bart's and the Building Committee takes its responsibility very, very seriously. This committee is an ongoing committee that meets monthly to oversee the building. I pledge to you that the Building Committee will meet all of the terms with respect to the plan of continuing maintenance. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to speak? So we have a letter from the New York Landmarks Conservancy supporting the master plan for the restorative work and continuing maintenance, stating that it lays out a scope of work that will return the buildings to sound condition and enhance their features, and that it's credible in its estimates of comprehensive, ensuring major components of the complex are addressed in a prioritized order, and urging the commission to recommend approval. And we also have received a resolution from Community Board 5 recommending approval. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
I think that the only thing we would like to do, Salary, is just to reiterate that what we're asking for is approval of the continuing maintenance program, the restricted declaration, the contributions as they're set forth in the restrictive declaration. Obviously, any work that is going to be done, we will be coming back to the commission for approval.
Any other questions?
How was the 7-year inspection schedule established?
That 7-year inspection schedule was established in consultation with the staff. It is the schedule that is being proposed for St. Patrick's. And I think it's considered to be, I think for Grand Central, it was every 5 years. And I think the staff felt that by the time that inspection was done, and they were turning around to do another inspection, it gets a little bit more in the way.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Commissioner. That's exactly right. The Grand Central one, given how big it is and what was required, it really felt like that was like a perpetual. Once they finished, they were starting a new one. So we've been talking to the applicants about changing it for quite some time, and applicants would come back every 15 years, or every, so we felt that 10 years was probably too long. 5 years seems short for these big. So we sort of split it down the middle and settle like that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Anne.
So, will this staff level approval work be brought to the commission?
So when Mark, you could answer this as well, but when we review applications for transfer of building rights or special permits, and there is work being done to bring the building to a sound condition and to serve up the long-term preservation of the building, the scope is generally before the commission, is on the question of whether we should issue a report. The actual work is reviewed by the staff. It's restoration work and eligible for a staff permit. So the staff would be reviewing the cyclical inspection reports, and if any work is identified, the work to undertake that restoration work would be handled by the staff.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if they do propose to do something that actually is going to alter something substantially, it would come back to us anyway.
Anything other than restoration work would come to you. Or any adjustment to the terms that are laid out in the approval would also come back to you. Great, so we have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
And as Mark said, the commission has approved master plans where the buildings have so many, they can't transfer them at once, is recognizing that it will happen over time. So Grand Central and St. Patrick's have been two recent examples. The difference is St. Patrick's started at a first-class sound condition because they had just undertaken this enormous restoration. Clearly, in the presentation today, you can see that there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and the idea of transferring the development rights could really facilitate that and ensure the long-term preservation plan. So I think I asked you to think about what the terms are that are being proposed, the prioritization, and ways your comments on this right.
To me, this is a joyous day. This is an extraordinary building. You need to tell anybody that. It's just, it is. The presentation today reminded us all not only the quality of the building, but the problems that it faces in its restoration. So I am fully in support of this master plan. But I'm also I think we should acknowledge the delicious irony of today, that today the building will be rescued by the ability to attain and use its air rights, whereas we still have the community house that we might have lost 25 years ago due to another way of getting air rights use at that time. And sometimes patience is its own reward. This is a long-term patience and probably very worrisome for the church over time that it would never find the ability to raise the funds that will be required to bring this church back. My own guess is that you underestimated the funding that needed to bring it back, but you know more than I do physically about it. Anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that there's sort of a wonderful irony that's happening, and I think the whole city should really be joyously celebrating that there's a way by which this church can now see this great building. If you don't go to church here, acknowledge that the significance of this building and its location is hard to overrate.
I'd also like to say that probably 30% of the issues of deterioration that I saw on these slides had to do with inappropriate previous attempts at repairs. And I'm very much glad and assured that you're in the capable hands of a good consultant here. I hope it stays that way.
I agree with everything that was said. So, glad it's very helpful.
Okay. In the matter of 325 Park Avenue, also known as 109 East 50th Street, most likely known as St. Bartholomew's Church and Community House, the original landmark. This is an application to develop a master plan, continuing maintenance of the complex in connection with potential future development rights, right transfers pursuant to applicable provisions of the zoning resolution, including sections 81-632 and 81-642 of the East Midtown District and section 74-79. I note I'll note that the significant restorative work, including full restoration of the church dome and slope roofs, substantial facade work has been completed under Certificate of Appropriateness 18-4096, and Certificate of No Effect 18-2968, and that the applicants have formulated a comprehensive long-term maintenance plan and prioritized the scope of future work for the building and site. So I recommend approval, noting that the implementation of the cyclical maintenance plan will help ensure continued maintenance and preservation of this building. Having an approved maintenance plan in effect will facilitate the future transfers of air rights. That the applicant has committed itself to using 75% of the proceeds of any transfer of development rights for restoration and repair work outlined in the maintenance plan until such work is complete. That the obligation to implement the cyclical maintenance plan will be legally enforceable by the Landmarks Preservation Commission under the provisions of a restricted declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded in the New York County Registrar's Office, and that the restrictive declaration will require that a percentage of the proceeds and transfers of development rights be used to repair and restore the building and fund the cyclical maintenance inspection and plan.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's approved, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 8 on the agenda is an application for certificate of appropriateness to the place or for 19-8446. It's 236 East 15th Street, located within the Stuyvesant Square Historic District, 3 Providence Style House, built circa 1850. The application is to construct rooftops there, both in modify the area range and install various access.
The subject property is 236 East 15th Street, located on the south side of East 15th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. The proposal before you today is for work at the front areaway, which includes the installation of a barrier-free access ramp. The commission will note that there is an error with this rendering, which you see here, and that the proposed finishes on the right will match the brownstone color of the existing facade. Additional work is the reconstruction of the basement steps and the installation of a new entry door at the basement. These here are the changes in plan. The second part of the proposal is to remove 2 existing bulkheads of the roof and construct a new stair bulkhead. The new bulkhead will be visible from points north, including Stuyvesant Square and along Rutherford Place. The applicants are here to further discuss this proposal and answer any questions. Thank you. Just state your name.
My name is David Hu. I'm here with my partner, Tara Dang. We are the architects of H2N. Our project, as Brian mentioned, is 236 East 13th Street, which is located in the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. I will get into more details about a little bit of the history of the building, a little bit of our connection with the history. We can see the 1940 tax photo. Right now, Right now, there's a school here, which actually also appears in the tax photo, but this is actually 238. And next door is actually 236. Along this stretch of the 4 townhouses, this is the only one that has a school, but it seemed like they probably used to have schools, but even in the tax lot photo was already removed. So basically, the tax lot photo and the current condition are very similar. So this is actually the goal that we're actually looking for. The building actually, with the next door building actually used to be owned by Tompkins. And we actually have reflected on working with the sister, especially for the building right to the east. So we actually have a sense of this whole immediate area of the Friends Seminary, of the St. George Church. This is actually an area that we really have very strong feeling. As you can see, our building So currently, there are actually these 4 buildings, and right now, these 2 buildings, after the sister moved away, they have been separated. So currently, what we're working on is actually 236, right next to this tall building. These are the 2 photos of the context, the aerial context, that we have a good sense of this whole location. And this actually is where we could see the kind of a mix of architectural styles. All of these actually were in the 1940s text photo were all gone and replaced by the post-war buildings. And then these are the buildings that we're talking about, and these are the 2 that 236 is actually this one. So currently, from the existing situation, there were actually just a stair. I can show you from right here. So because of our, it used to have 2 bulkheads. One is actually for a almost kind of convenient stair, not really a fiber stair, very, very steep, mainly for access to the roof. And because we are actually proposing a 4-family, multi-family building here, there will be 3 floor-through units for the 3rd and the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor and the basement will be another duplex unit. Because we actually felt that this whole area, with this type of building, only 4 units actually would really work well in this neighborhood and also the building. And based on our work experience with these 2 buildings, the facade of the 236 actually was pointed and totally repaired less than 10 years ago. So this whole facade actually was still in very good shape, except that when we were working on these 2 buildings before, we had a chance to improve the ground floor of 238. The 236 portion, as you can see, that's the current situation, hasn't really been updated. So basically, you can see that it's just concrete areaway with a lot of access panel for the cellar. So therefore, we finally have the opportunity to improve this site to make everything coming together. As you can see that on the left side is actually existing areaway with the access panel for the cellar, and then it's just kind of very bare concrete. Later on, I will show you a photograph of the current condition. And this is actually a rendering of the future, our proposed design, which we are actually trying to just clean up most of the existing situation, but mainly will be on the basement floor and above try to keep intact. And then mainly also the grill work, we're actually trying to emulate what's actually existing there to make them very simple, understated, but elevated. That's our goal. So you can see that the areaway right now actually has some existing stairs. These stairs are not even evenly spaced. It's not the drawing that's not wrong, right? It's actually they're spaced. And this areaway actually is the area that right now the concrete is actually not very nice looking. And we actually have the opportunity to do a ramp. It's actually because we're changing it into a local family. We have to have the handicap accessibility. So with that in mind, we felt that actually emulating the next, this is actually a condition of the current situation. The drain and all this area actually is already starting to deteriorate. We have 2 knee wall here actually creating conditions that are actually very hard to maintain. And then those metal access panels are actually also starting to get pretty old and also they are actually never been operated again.
Can you just focus on the
Oh, okay. So this is actually the 238 site. So because we created the ramp, so we're actually trying to bring this similar language to the existing site. This is besides the base area. This is the top floor, the roof. In the roof situation right now, currently it has 2 bulkheads, which has a 1 small stair. And then in the future, we actually put in this fire stair, which is actually a little bigger. And then therefore, we actually have a new bulkhead with this skyline. This will be the bulkhead for the elevator, except that this is only 2 foot high, so this actually will have no visibility from anything. This is the existing stair, open stair, and the existing bulkhead. This is the new situation that we're actually introducing this new fire stair and elevator on the side. So the new bulkhead and the old bulkhead, this is actually a photograph of the existing roof condition. There are some dunnage in the back, but that's actually way back on the roof of the building. This is the current situation that we actually installed the vent to show how the bulkhead is going to be. And these are actually some photos from around the whole area, and we have an open park in front. So we actually did it 250 feet inside the park to show how the view is going to be. Because certainly you're not going to be able to see anything from the street. But because the park, so we actually try to do some more investigation. And this is actually because after the mock-up was installed, in the summer, the trees actually covered pretty much almost everything. But we understand that in winter that you will probably have some view of the bulkhead. So that's why we're also trying to propose a very understated cover material of the bulkhead, which is also subject to. Thank you.
Can you also just tell us what the materials of the ramp are?
This whole lower area, we're actually using the stone repair material, which is actually this is concrete.
The proposed materials for there?
It's concrete, yes.
With a brownstone?
Brownstone, yes, it's actually very similar to the
rendering. This here is going to be brownstone, correct? And the
Yes.
rest material of the ramp is concrete?
Yes. Yes.
And the curbs are from silicone?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, public testimony. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this application? We received a letter from Community Board 6 stating that they don't have any objection to the granting of a certificate of appropriateness for this proposed work. Would anyone like to, let's close, motion to close the hearing? So the Community Board recommended approval of your application. Are there any final comments you'd like to make? Motion to close the hearing. Any comments? Well, I do think that the ramp is contained within the areaway behind the street adjacent to it. It's of materials and civil design materials that relate to the building and the language of front areaways of row houses. And the bulkhead, it seems, maybe minimally visible when the leaves are gone, but it is tucked up adjacent to the large apartment building and will be finished in a color and will receive from view, and it doesn't seem like it's very much, while it's switching orientation from the existing bulkhead, it doesn't seem to mind that it's much bigger than it's now. So, Jeannie.
dated 19-28446, 236 Street, Stuyvesant Square Historic District. Three revival style house built in 1850s. Application is to construct a rooftop stair bulkhead, modify the areaway, and install barrier-free access ramp. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. That the proposed ramp and landing will be contained within the footprint of the existing area, providing barrier-free access with minimal visual impact on the building. The simple design of the ramp, featuring concrete ramp paving, brownstone tinted curves, and black painted metal ticket railings, will not call undue attention to the installation and will be in keeping with materials typically found in areas and buildings of this age and style. That the new stucco and entry door will be consistent with the existing historic fabric. That the proposed construction of the stair bulkhead at the roof will not damage or destroy any significant architectural or historic features of this building. That the proposed bulkhead will only be visible over the primary facade from a great distance through Stuyvesant Square Park and will be seen in context with other rooftop accretions along the block. And then the simple design and luxury stucco cladding will help the bulkhead to be seen from the view, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. All in favor? Any opposed?
Commissioners, item 9 is an application for a certificate of program of the Manhattan, document number 19-24028. This is 325 West 93rd Street, located in the Riverside West End Historic District. It's a neo-Renaissance style flats building designed by George Pelham, built in 1986, and altered prior designation. The application is to install cantilever gates.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amy Woodens, Preservation Staff. The application is to install a canopy at 325 West 93rd Street, a neo-Renaissance style flats building between Riverside Drive and Weston Avenue, the Riverside West End Historic District. The building's base was altered and reclad prior to the designation of the historic district, and the work will take place at the ground floor entrance. So the canopy is canvas clad with a white painted address number, and it will be installed at the returns of this entrance of the recess entrance here. Here is a render of existing and proposed. Sections of the attachment. Applicant restrictions.
Can you just actually tell us the dimensions?
Oh, yeah, sure. So it's going to extend out onto the sidewalk, 2 feet 6 inches. So this is the footprint in plan over the entrance. And then 2 foot 3 inches high.
Thank you. Yes. Does anyone else have any questions?
Why is this not
So the staff can approve a sidewalk canopy and an apartment building, and the staff can also approve awnings. This is sort of not quite long enough to be a sidewalk canopy, and not quite the awning one is a bit shady, so it's somewhere in between, and that's why it's before you. It's very much in the spirit of the sidewalk canopies that the staff would approve. Any other questions? Public testimony, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this application? Yes, we have a letter from Landmarks West saying that they recommend approval of the application, and a resolution from Community Board 7 approving the canopy as well. the people who have submitted written testimony to us, is there anything you wish to add before we close the hearing?
My name is Norman Hudson, and this is a rental building. The owner is engaged in a program of upgrading the interiors of the building, of public areas. And so one of the purposes of the canopy was to mitigate the rather severe and unfortunate floods, and to give the entrance a little bit.
Thank you. May I have a motion to close the hearing? Any comments? Go ahead, John.
In the matter of docket number 19-24028, 325 West 93rd Street in the Riverside West End Historic District, the application is to install a canopy at the entrance. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the base of the building was highly altered prior to the designation of the historic district. Therefore, the work will not eliminate any significant historic fabric. The canopies at primary entrances are a common feature of apartment buildings of this style and age within this historic district, and that the proposed canvas-clad canopy is simply designed and well-scaled to their centers.
Someone, may I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? And that's approved. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 10 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 19-2774. This is 949 St. John's Place, located in Crown Heights, Northern Historic District. It's a Renaissance and Robin style row house designed by Edward Hine and built circa 1909. The application is to demolish a bay window and construct a rear addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Farron, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 949 St. John's Place, which is located on the north side of St. John's Place between New York Avenue and Brooklyn Avenue in Brooklyn. The proposal is to demolish a bay window at the rear facade and construct a one-story rear addition. The architect, Mark Eckerson, is here to discuss the proposal in more detail and answer any questions that you might have.
My name is Mark Eckerson from Field Lines. We're working on house renovation at 409 St. John's. We're here today to discuss proposed construction of a one-story, 114.94 square foot rear addition that will allow more light to get into the building, allow for a den off the kitchen, and allow for roof terrace on the second floor. This is blocked by here. Where the house is there in red, it's a collection of 10 townhouses, as you can see from the street side. A collection of 2 living that we maintained. Here's the current townhouse. The rear of these townhouses are also similar, although there is some variation. We can already see the townhouse to our east has removed its bay window pre-designation, and we can see the townhouse next to that. A 2-story rear extension of the house already. This proposed addition is placed along the side of the existing one-story extension. It was first considered when it was determined that the existing bay, which I'll show you pictures of in a second, is in a state of disrepair, as well as the fact that this exterior, this narrow outer court, makes the interior dining room a very dark space. In fact, the idea of a bay in an interior court is unusual. Usually bays are placed to increase the surface of the glass and extend the view from the outside of the building, not recessed in. So you can see on the cellar we're doing just crawl space and foundation work. You can see the one-story addition here. And then you can see a proposed roof terrace off the second floor. Top here is a collection of the 2 neighbors, some existing and are proposed, as well as you can see the rear side of the retail demolition are proposed and proposed construction. So there's the sections. You can see far section remains relatively the same. The windows, slight adjustment cabinets, kitchen. Here's the addition components. You can see the existing bay. Here's what we're proposing to do. An existing photograph. Here's our proposed view of what the addition will look like. You can see that from a high aerial perspective, you can begin to get a sense of what the other towns look like. Here's the walk down the bay. Here's what it's 2 stories high. We have to climb an 8-foot ladder in order to begin to get a real sense of what's going on in the neighborhood yards. Some of the bays are not clad, we'll be cladding. The existing rear extension, there's no significant architectural details. These are photographs showing the conditions of that. There's currently a deck that's at the rear we're removing that was apparently built illegally at the time. Now we can see the bay, we can see the neighbor without their bay window, we can see the condition of the bay window, the deterioration. And when they started work, they actually had to shore it immediately to keep it from falling. This is just a view from Sterling. Go back. You can see through this small sliver, there's a potential for a view of what we're doing. You can see from these photographs that across the street, that view is blocked by this gate. If we get closer, we can't see. We get very close here. Look through. That is our building somewhere back in there. It's kind of hard to distinguish exactly where that is. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? Kelly Carroll?
Jesse Demo from the Historic Districts Council. Though the presentation of material demonstrates the deteriorated condition of the bay, it is made of wood and sheet metal and can be fairly easily restored. We note that in the aerial photographs provided by the applicant, there are 5 undisturbed rear bays and 5 undisturbed rear ells, and this project would destroy this intact pattern of the block's interior. The HDC recommends that if the bay cannot be retained and an extension is approved for construction of the site, that the bay window be reconstructed and retained for the new design. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this application? We have a letter from Community Board 8 supporting the application. Would you like to respond to the comments?
Sure. We totally appreciate that comment and concern. It goes back, again, this first came up because that interior dining room is so dark because of that exterior recess that's narrow. In fact, the bay is a bit of an illusion in terms of how it functions because, again, you think they're bringing more light and better space. In fact, it actually makes the space darker because you're getting less direct light out. You're kind of beginning to get reflection and kind of view to the side. So beyond deterioration, it's an unusual bay configuration. And then on top of that, this idea, from the street, yes, we can see all these tin buildings and the collection. But we are nobody really experience that collectiveness, and so we don't really feel where it's significantly deteriorated to our collection.
Anyone have any questions before we close the hearing? So a motion to close the hearing? Second. So, anyone have a comment? Michael, would you like to start? The commission, and Corey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the commission has had a history of improving the removal of very deteriorated bay windows, particularly when they're so deteriorated that would result in reconstruction, and then there's sort of a authenticity question about whether it's the real bay anyway. In some cases, you would have required people to be relocated. And we've also considered the fact of the question of whether or not it's in a row. In this row, there is one immediately adjacent to it that has been removed, and the others have been altered. So I think that in terms of the continuity of the row, when the immediate neighbor is removed, it's very deteriorated. So I would be supportive
scale, materials, and details are one feature that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Crown Heights North Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will be a secondary facade that will not be visible from the public thoroughfare. The bay window to be removed is simply designed with minimal detailing and does not contain other decorative features such as stained glass windows. Therefore, its removal will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. That the adjoining bay at 951 St. John's Place was removed entirely. Therefore, the removal of this bay will not diminish the building's relationship to the neighboring building or the pattern of bays within this row. That the existing bay window is in deteriorating condition that would warrant removal and replacement of most of the historic fabric if it were to be retained. That the proposed one-story addition will be the same height as the existing historic one-story addition and will not extend to the rear lot line or substantially eliminate the presence of the rear yard and will retain the scale and character of an individual row house. That the proposed addition featuring light yellow stucco finish and terracotta cobblestones will match the materials at the rear facade of the existing building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the Crown Heights North Historic District 2.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved. Thank you. So we will break for lunch and come back at 10 after 1.
Okay, so we're moving back to one public meeting item, and that is the miscellaneous amendment for 60 Norfolk Street, docket number 19-30708. That covers overall synagogue and individual landmark. It's a modified Gothic Revival style synagogue built in 1850 and opened in 1885. The application is to demolish north portion of the building.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Thank you for the reservation staff, and I present to you an application for work at the Baptist Synagogue at 60 Norfolk Street. It's an individual landmark located at the corner of Broome Street in the Lower East Side. The application was first presented at a public hearing on July 11, 2017. The initial proposal in that hearing was to demolish the building in its entirety. However, Commissioners voted to approve the proposal in part, but with the stipulation that to dismantle the masonry walls and towers until a stable condition will be reached. Since then, the applicants have brought the facade and towers down to a more stable condition in order to clear the rubble of the glass roof within the synagogue and gain safe access to the site. After further assessment of the structure, the applicants have returned with a revised proposal to bring the towers and walls further down as was originally approved in the Certificate of Appropriateness. Brian Kelly, Executive Vice President of Gotham Properties, will present the proposal to you, followed by Daniel Herberger, the architect.
Commissioners, I just want to jump in real quick before the presentation starts, just to remind you. So if you may recall, the applicant came in, the original application was to demolish the building. The commissioners, there was a question about how much could we save, could we get access to the site. So the commissioners asked that it be reduced by hand, saving the ornaments that went along until such time as it really got to get safe and relatively stable level. That happened. There was commissioners have been out. Some commissioners have been out to look at the site as well earlier in the year. And what's before you today, just so it's clear, is their request to take the walls down further from where they are right now. The application package you have does show a few slides about their thoughts about reincorporating remnants of the building into a new structure to memorialize the synagogue and create a new synagogue. That's not really before you, that's just conceptual. They wanted to show you to sort of emphasize their commitment and seriousness about this sort of reincorporation. So before you right today is this issue about bringing the walls down even further.
Commission, my name is Brian Kelly with the Gotham organization. First and foremost, Gotham is an ordered representative for the HH Synagogue. We're acting in that capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. As this picture depicts the synagogue, the landmark building or residence there today, is bounded by Brook Street to the north, Branch Street to the south, Suffolk to the east, and Norfolk Street fronting the landmark to the west. This photo here reflects the condition of the synagogue on June 22nd of 2017. This was following the actual fire that occurred at the synagogue in May of 2017. So these photos are reflective of the condition prior to any of the safe-off or stabilization work that we completed to date. For the perspective of chronology, I think it's important to go through all the steps that have been undertaken and the collaboration amongst LPC, the owner's rep, and their engineers, LPC's engineers, and parties, such to go through the event that occurred in May of 2017. In June 16th of 2017, as aforementioned, there was an application made for a complete demolition. In July of 2017, a public hearing occurred, and the result was that partial demolition to safe levels was approved. I'll show diagrams later as to what those levels were. Between September and November of 2017, there were several months of coordination amongst the agencies, also getting engineers to produce construction documents which will allow for permits to be obtained and the selection of the demolition contractor who did the safe-off work. And permits were obtained and work started by the end of December 5th of 2017. I remember how cold the weather was, so not only was it collaborative, but it was freezing. That work ended towards the latter part of February. Being conscious as an owner's representative and also a developer in this New York City, certain salvaged elements that could be obtained and set aside and used for future reincorporation that was done. And all of the removals were checked at different progress points to ensure that both the engineers for the synagogue and the engineers for landmarks were in harmony or coordination as to what was being done on the site. The original approval resulting from the July COA was that the synagogue would be safe off to this level here. That elevation, I believe, is to the, that is the west, so that's the front-facing portion. Then this elevation here as well, that is the rear wall to the east. The other elevations, these are the side elevations, but also show similarly it was less than the midpoint of the synagogue pre-fire, and then here the last elevation again to the safe wall level. The June photo showed the remnants before being stabilized. These various elevations show the degrees of removal. Starting in the top left-hand corner, the west elevation, which is the former front, you can see the one side of the bell tower remaining, then the other side, which was removed. As you move along the west, you can see from further away just a slightly different perspective. And the northwest corner, which is essentially looking from behind the bell tower in a very precarious condition. The east, which is the rear portion of the former synagogue, same for the next photo, but just from the actual inside. And then last, the north elevation, which faces towards Broad Street. As I mentioned, being conscious of what could happen in the future, certain elements have been salvaged and set aside. In summary, the current condition and what our objectives are. So the objectives of the removals was to remove unstable and unsound portions of the building to a safe level. Saying safe today is we have sidewalk sheds at the perimeter, we have collapse zones, we have areas that can't be accessed. So which that has enabled us to be safe despite some material amounts of removal. The removals have progressed to the limits established in the original COA, which is why we stopped. Currently unstable and unsound portions of the building remain, and additional removals are necessary. So weekly
There is a surveyor on site who is taking what we call H&B points. In particular, as a result of the rain, there has been some differential movement. So that's something to consider. As I mentioned, it is safe off because there are collapse zones, sidewalk bridges, and different means and methods that were approved by BESCO and DOB to protect the public despite the condition of the remnants. And we are here again, as we know, LPC approval of further removals of the existing structure is requested to further stabilize the ruins.
Mayor, just one minute, just because we're actually, this is a public meeting, I want to make I would like to make a motion to open the proceedings and allow the applicant to speak. Somebody second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
The integration of the synagogue remnants into the future site is proposed, and the next slides identify a level at which we propose taking the existing walls down to for reconsideration for future development. The elevation here is at the west, so this elevation faces towards Norfolk Street. The blue is the current profile based on the partial stabilization, and then the profile on which we propose to retain is approximately just under 13 feet in height. So essentially keeping these portions at the front door in the future of the new building. Secondly, this elevation here to the south, so those familiar with the landmark, the south side, which is abuts the property line to the Hudson building, was used as a side entrance to get into the congregation space. We are proposing the removal elevation to essentially this line. You can see the existing profile varies depending on this bell tower, depending on where you are in the site. Thirdly, the elevation to the east would face the rear portion of, essentially there's a parking lot now on the site. The profile that is proposed here to be removed is down to a height of 6 feet. And lastly, the north elevation, which fronts closest to Brook Street, has varied levels of existing remnants. There was a major cut through down the grade to get excavators into the site to remove all of the structural elements which collapsed into the foundation. So that was the only way to get all of the debris out to make the site safe. So there's already a portion that was completely removed. You can see here that it's the portion, the tallest portion of the height of the current profile at the front. I'm sorry, at this location, and this being the rear wall of the former synagogue. This area, particularly to be removed, would allow for flexibility for future development as well. To hand over to Daniel Wiesberger from Dapper Architects. Daniel is an architect that's been retained by the team. Again, these are not designs, they're just precedents and elements which we think could pertain to the salvage remnants from the synagogue as we consider moving forward with alternatives for the site.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Wiesberger, I'm the principal of Dapper Architects. Like Brian said, we're the designers for the project, which will incorporate remnants of the synagogue. And I should emphasize that as designers, we're very committed to preserving the ruins of the former synagogue in a meaningful way, as are our clients, Gotham, the Chinese American Planning Council, and the HH, the synagogue, which will be occupying this space in the future. So we are in a very preliminary stage of design. And I'd just like to show you a few ideas that have inspired us and that express some of the things that we're going to pursue. As architects, we're in a situation where we want to balance safety, of course, stabilizing the ruins, but also being left with a project that is meaningful. So the three projects that I'm going to show you are all different, but each of them represents, I think, an aspect of what we're doing. The first one is in Cologne, Germany. This is an old former church. It was heavily damaged during World War II. There was almost nothing left. It was in Tompkins, basically since the war. And about a decade ago, it was transformed into an art museum with remnants of the building, which were left very much in the state that they existed when the project took place, were incorporated into a modern building. So there's a juxtaposition between old and new, which we find very attractive and very evocative, and perhaps give the ruins a form of drama and expression that they didn't have standing on their own. Closer to home, the Brooklyn Museum. As many of you know, the front steps of the museum were removed and reconfigured to make them more functional, accessible entrance. And you can see here portions of the building that were uncovered when the addition was put in place. Two things that this has in common with what we're trying to do. One is the uncovering of things that previously weren't seen, and two is the addition of a brand new functional space that functions as a new front door for the institution. We'll be doing the same thing for the synagogue. And finally, because part of the synagogue will extend out into the common courtyard of our project, this project shows what are really modern ruins. This is not an ancient abbey, it's somewhere in Connecticut, I believe. But this is nevertheless the remains of the building that used to be there and have been turned into a feature of the landscape. And all that is left of the original building is the footprint of the building. And that is something that we will try to do as well. So, one is to preserve the ruins, preserve the footprint, preserve the plan. Two, we're going to enclose what is left in a glassy wall of vitrine that will protect it from the elements, provide an entrance lobby, function space for the synagogue. Two, the memorialization of the synagogue through artifacts, through location of where the bima and the art used to be. And finally, a very conscious separation of what is old from what is new. So our ruins will be below the new project, they'll be separate from it, they'll be able very clearly to read what has been added and what was there before. And we will want to use a very light touch to do that. And that is basically a brief summary of what we want to do.
Anyone have any questions? Yes.
I think it might be a question for our staff. We heard that there are, that at the current level that we allowed them to take it to, that they still believe that there are portions existing now that are unstable and unsafe. Do we agree with that?
I think we have the engineer, the commissioners, head on staff on behalf of us is here if there's further questions, but we did speak to him, and he agrees that there are sections, given the exposure to water, there are sections of this building that would probably need to be reconstructed and taken down. He's not opining on the entire thing about, he's not been out there to look at everything that's there right now and where the condition is from building safety perspective. But the question before you again, I think, is question before the commission is there enough left in the building to talk about what the removal would be? I think that's the question.
Because we just sort of think back to where this process began, unfortunately, we had actually been working with the synagogue on a restoration plan. So, any fire at any landmark is very, very difficult and heartbreaking for the city, and as well as those of us who are actually working on it. So the application that originally came before us was to demolish the building entirely because of the condition after the fire. And I think, again, it's a very difficult thing as preservationists to be asked to demolish a landmark. And so at that hearing, we asked the applicants to dismantle it up to the point where it was stable, and then to come back and revisit it and see what was left, and then talk about what the appropriate next steps should be. And I know that a number of you made a site visit and looked at the fragments in person and heard testimony that that while it's stable, it's largely stable also because of other measures, the sidewalk bridge and other things that are in place, and that probably would require some additional dismantling just to stabilize it.
And that's particularly the case for that remaining tower that's standing. There's a lot of issues about whether that's stable or not. And additional measures would need to be taken for that to remain.
Right, so that tower, while it's still standing and they come back to us to continue this conversation, actually is that stabilize on right now and needs some further intervention. So with that, looking at what's remaining, and the question really is, does that fabric really have meaning? Does the removal of the additional feet to make it a sort of one-story level ruin have an impact on how you will understand the redness that exists and will be incorporated into the project? So I think, Mark, you were on the site visit.
Yeah, we've got to close the hearing.
Thank you. Close the hearing.
Yeah, I actually, I deal in materials, and I was
Oh, I'm
amazed.
sorry, I just want to just add, we did get 3 letters, one from the Friends of the Lower East Side, one from the Historic Districts Council, and one from the Landmarks Conservancy, all expressing opposition to the proposal to continue the dismantling and demolition.
I was amazed at the amount of devastation actually, and subsequent to the fire, the amount of deterioration because of water damage. And actually at the site, interestingly, there's a memorial for Bob Tillman tonight. I was reminded of something that he frequently said to me, was that this building seems to be standing by memory only. And so at that point, I would have been happy about anything being able to be salvaged. And so I'm not surprised that there's more that needs to be taken away. I do have a question for Mark, though. Did I hear correctly that you said that the LTC's engineers made a determination without going back to the site?
No, what I meant to say was that the conditions that you see now are conditions that were arrived at in consultation with the LPC engineer. But the question was, there's been, the applicant believes there's a lot more that needs to come down because of conditions that are around the building.
Yeah.
And in conversations with our engineer, he has not been out with inspection of all of the remaining elevations, but he did concur that there, given the water damage and other things and the loss of mortar, that that section certainly would have to be reduced and rebuilt, and that there are integrity. He did not want to opine on the level that they were,
So,
had experience at the site throughout
yes,
this process.
and I would probably concur with that. What I would say, though, is that for me, the remaining tower, is such an evocative feature that I would ask that the applicant do anything they can, working with the staff, to stabilize that and retain that, because it's really important feature. But I completely understand the request to
Otherwise, level.
yeah, absolutely.
So the engineer of record is here, who's been reviewing, I'm sorry.
LPC engineers along here.
Yeah, I was at the site as well. We've been a particular fond of not only providing local building, using the rest of the ruins, but when they come, as these ruins came to us, via landmark structure. I guess we all, those of us who attended, were pretty overwhelmed by how unstable the site was even when we were there. And of course, we have to put ourselves in the hands of our engineers, who know more than we, but it just, hard to get over the shame and the loss of this building, but it does seem as if it's beyond what we can imagine that it was. If that tower can reasonably be maintained, I would echo Michael's ideas. It might, and I know those illustrations that you showed us, and you can imagine things that might be built on the site later. I know that's not before us. It might change the nature of something like that a little bit if we have a tower coming up. But I think it is worth it if we can figure out, because the tower is what really is evoking at least the memory. Wonderful that you remember Bob Silverman's words on that, especially today, since so many of us will be at Cooper Union later in the afternoon, remembering Bob. But I think that is something that is worth saying. It doesn't assure it, but it's worth saying. But I think the rest of the ruins, while they don't evoke quite such an obvious memory of a specific building, ruins are incredibly powerful. And when they're interpreted in a way which is appropriate in construction, I think that the resulting ensemble is more powerful than, frankly, than most new works of architecture. So, in one sense, it's kind of exciting that we might be able to bring something out of this. But I would, for the third time, say, yes, if you can say that tower, or even a part of it, that window, I guess, is the part that you saw.
I too was on that site visit, and if you could ever imagine a moment when the commissioners were shocked into silence, that was it. I'm frankly surprised that much of it has actually survived, or even put to their will survive. And I do agree, fellow commissioners, that retaining any part of it as a ruin depends upon whether the elements that are there are evocative. And I think that tower does have some meaning, so it can be saved.
Commissioner, I think, just so we're clear, I think that the applicant is, position of the applicant, as set forth in that comment, I think is the position that the integrity of this as an individual landmark is pretty much gone, and that therefore removal of if they're proposed does not affect significant architectural features. The applicant is committed to sort of doing memorialization, incorporating things in sort of through the environmental review process. As you know, they're going through these planning commissions and taking some big project, and through that process they will be incorporating the remnants in here. But I think just so we're clear, that questions whether there's enough integrity left in these ruins that we would, in essence, continue to regulate on a subsequent basis. And so I just want to be clear that if, to the extent people are saying, try to save that tower, is that being said in the context of the commission feels that this is something that would continue to be regulated in the landmark, or they recognize that it doesn't have that integrity, and this is more of a request that the applicant can make best efforts to try to preserve as much as possible. So that's, I think we need to be clear about what we're doing here.
I think the answer to that is that we're trying to figure that out, which is to say, if our LPC engineer were to say that that tower has to come down, I think we might be in a different position at this moment. But I think that the issue for us is that we're not, I think we've heard a sense that we're not highly confident.
I think we'll ask, he's here, so and his position, our country coming up has been that he's taking the position that just about anything can be saved about, the question is whether there's, that how difficult it might be and whether it's worth doing the question. He's not prepared to answer. So, Mark, why don't you come and talk and maybe answer the commissioner's comments. State your name to the record.
I'm Mark Ingles, Superstructures, the architects, engineers hired to review the buildings at LPC.
Can you speak up, Mark, just so we can hear that?
Sure. Tall, that higher. So the pictures we see here, latest conditions of the wall that were agreed to try to leave, and discussions have been made that there are still questionable areas of the walls that how much you want to try to work to stabilize. If you don't have a good picture of the interior of this wall here, but when you look at it on the inside, the original design had wood lintels that are all rotted away, so the interior of the wall is crumbling, whereas the outside looks solid. So there's things like that where if you wanted to salvage this whole thing, you have to reconstruct the inside of the wall, and you almost start rebuilding the whole thing. So the south tower, the tall tower that remains, it's always been difficult to really assess the condition of the interior walls if you haven't really been able to get into it. There's no safe way to get in to really look at, study the condition of the walls. Our opinion is, sure, if you want to go to great lengths, you can do a whole series of internal beam design to shore the structure and try to get it so that it has support and then reinforcement of the walls, whatever masonry is deteriorated. Very involved, without doing true study, don't know how extensive that is to be done, but not necessarily very practical to do. Yes, you could go to great lengths to salvage that. Our opinion is not to say, is it worth salvaging? Just, something could be done. That's the least damaged section beside the back wall. Right now, a lot of shoring has to be done to make that something that can stay in that particular configuration. Nothing has been done to agree at this point. Just move it down to the point where it's safe with all the protection around the building. Go beyond that would be there's some additional demolition or extensive shoring or construction needed to keep it as it stands. That helps to understand. Any questions?
So thank you very much. And I think, it's very challenging to look at a proposal to demolish Norfolk. We agreed to allow the demolition knowing that probably there was no hope of salvaging it right after the fire. And I think having many of the commissioners have been on the site, we were shocked at how unsafe it did appear. And so I think that what we've heard around the table is that really and I'll try to characterize this, but please feel free to jump in after me, but I think what we're hearing is that the remaining walls have some interest in that they're evocative of the former landmark, not that they themselves have the integrity to merit landmark status in and of themselves, but that the portions of them that are evocative of the landmark are something that the commission would like to see kept for symbolic reasons, almost more than for landmark reasons or integrity reasons. And so I think to the extent that the tower, which I understand is in the reverse shape of some of the other portions, can be stabilized and incorporated into the design, perhaps not three-dimensionally, but in a way that also serves the program. People would feel that that would be a symbolic gesture that would honor the landmark, but not in itself have integrity or rise to the level of status.
Let me just pick up on that a little bit because, our job is not necessarily practicality, impractical, in ourselves that way, but that's not our main charge. And the engineer just said, well, we sort of all know that engineering can do almost anything. But is it practical? That's not his job. And maybe it's not exactly our job either. But let me venture into it a little bit, just as a design focus architect. That tower is located in a place on that site, if you will, out of the way, corner of a potential new building. Again, we're not really talking exactly about the building or anything at this point, I think. But nonetheless, it could be incorporated relatively easily, it would seem to me, again, as a design-focused architect. And it would, the new building would help stabilize the tower itself, be stabilized temporarily, of course, the way structures. Anyway, I just think it's an evocative thing. I'm not sure where this falls in terms of landmarking issues, but in terms of a very interesting design that evokes the memory of this long-standing building in the site, would seem to me to be worth this discussion that we're having right now. And I don't know, I'll leave it to the experts to figure out what that means with regard to the law, landmarking law, and so forth. But I think a really interesting design could come out of this. Yes, with the lower luminous light, but also with that tower.
That's, I guess, Marx's question is going to follow up on what Fred said too. I think we're interested, I'm interested, so not just in seeing that the design of the new building appropriately reflects the character of the old landmark in some way. And we're all talking about that being reflected, vestiges and memories and acknowledging that the landmark itself is pretty well lost its character. So the question is, the building that's going to be constructed will not be a landmark in my opinion. So we're going to be looking to establish control over it as a landmark in the future, I guess, but because there was a landmark there, in effect, even when constructing a new building, in effect, incorporated pieces of the old landmark, we still would be reviewing it as though it were placing it in a landmark in a new building in a new district or not.
So I think that's kind of a threshold question. So if this was in a district, there's no doubt that the commission would want to keep regulatory, control over what took place with the other building demolished in the district because of its relationship to the other building in the district. Individual landmarks, this has happened out in Staten Island once where the church was mostly burned to the ground, and the commissioners basically designated the site like that issued a committee for the new building because there's nothing left to really, it lost its integrity. And it was my sense that this is the situation here, that the building itself is not the building designated. It's not as a building. Its integrity, it doesn't have any integrity anymore. It's not really the commission to say the site must be a ruin. It's
seemed a little, again, it seemed to make sense. And so it was a sense of the staff making oversight and other things like that. The building itself has lost integrity, and therefore, that, in essence, it ceased to really be functioning as a landmark, and that eventually the commission would move to de-designate the site at some point in the future. I think what the applicants have wanted to stress during all this is that they are, the synagogue is still there, they want to have a presence there. They are committed through the environmental review process to incorporating remnants of this building into the design in some fashion. And the Landmarks Commission, through its involvement as an expert agency in the environmental review division, would be able to sort of partake in that a little bit. But that application really before you is the idea behind it is that the commission wouldn't be regulating this, the remnants would be built eventually, ultimately. I think that's really the way the staff comments have been written with that assumption, and that if that is not something the commission is comfortable with or feels is wants to adopt, and I think we need to rethink what we're doing here on this site, this application. So I think that's your special questions. If there's not enough integrity left in the building, then I think the short answer is it should be approved because it doesn't have an effect on significant exact architectural features, doesn't attract the landmark's no longer there. And that sometime in the future the commission would bring back a process for de-designating the site. In the meantime, they would want to do the environmental review process as showing everybody committing themselves to incorporating elements of this into the new project, and the commission staff would be involved in that as an expert agency. That's kind of that's sort of where we are in the procedure, where the applicants are proposing that we end up.
Paraphrasing other people. So what we would be finding today is that the building and the site no longer have the integrity that would, as an individual landmark, right? That's it. We decided yes or no on that question.
Right.
And therefore, the further reduction of the masonry has no
It makes no
impact.
difference because it doesn't have integrity now.
Right, and so that, one could find that that's true, but at the same time, as part of this discussion, strongly encourage the applicant to try to save as much power, or whatever, but I think the idea here is this would no longer be regulating as the landmark, because it doesn't really exist anymore.
So I think our desire to incorporate core is not really at odds with that finding. One can still find that the individual landmark doesn't really exist, that the remnants don't have the integrity of non-landmark, and therefore the further reduction doesn't have an effect. However, because it is going through another process, a process in which we will participate, that we would want, to the extent feasible, the more evocative elements to be incorporated into the new building as a gesture, not necessarily as a regulatory.
But we can't require that. Because, I'm not naive, we're talking about a real estate developer who's going to do everything they can to maximize the profit on this thing. So if we don't require them to salvage something, I'm pretty sure in New York City it's not going to happen. And further to Fred's discussion, I sort of cringe when I hear a structural engineer say the word practical, because I think everybody who's involved in preservation architecture has been involved in some project where you had to go to what might be considered extraordinary lengths to save something that's extremely evocative. And when I look at that tower and I see a lancet window that's been essentially a ruin for, what, 3 years now and it's still standing, I'm thinking, all right, I need to get an engineer who's sympathetic to this stuff and to give me a design, a minimal design, and make this thing stable for reuse and building. As I said, I'm on board with lowering all those other walls. I would just suggest that the tower be somehow reconsidered.
The only other thing I wanted to add is on the agreement is, this is just a question for everyone to think about. Since the piece that is evocative and it does have the drama and does speak to the past of this building, is the tower. I'm just wondering what else, if we don't, if that isn't incorporated in some way, what else, really speaks to what this building was? Well, and I remember being on the site, there just wasn't that much left. And so I have to agree with everybody that even though, I did feel, everyone felt this was like we were sort of mourning the loss of this structure, and so much was gone, but we sort of felt like it was still there in spirit. So but I would agree that if it's going to be incorporated in some way, it should be incorporated in a meaningful way. And it's not really, it's the tower would help make that meaningful. And then the additional aspects of the building, like work, et cetera, which would be accents, that would add to the architecture. So.
Another question.
And I understand, but I'm just.
If for some reason we were not able to find it, we would be in a position of regulating the design of the new building. So, and I just want to point out that we do this a fair amount, as odd as I think sometimes it is, for us to sit around and opine on a 1,300-foot new building on 57th Street that was rising above Steinway building. It struck me as rather presumptuous, if you will, and we really skilled enough to do that, but we did it because there was a landmark building on that site. Now, I understand the difference here. This is a ruin, not a fully intact landmark. That's the big difference. But we do get ourselves involved in the critique and the approval of an appropriate design that involves a landmark on that site. I guess the issue here is this a landmark or is it not a landmark? That's the essence.
But that's ultimately what we sort of have to resolve that first. But I think that it's certainly understandable people want to sort of be, one hand recognizing the building and how long the longer be there, the other hand wanting to be able to stipulate what should remain without regulating what's left. And I think it's hard jurisdictionally for us to do that. I think that's the challenge, I think. So to me, I wonder if it makes sense. I wonder if we take action today. I'm not sure if it makes sense or whether we, I don't know.
Yeah, if I can ask another question pursuant to that. The application is to demolish more portions of the building. I understand that what we were seeing was that we would expect them to demolish, not down to the ground, but what they were proposing. What's proposed. If we were to say that, yes, but attempting to stabilize the tower as much as possible, could we proceed in that direction, even they could come back to us if they wanted to again propose to remove the tower. Or they could proceed.
Yeah, maybe it makes sense to me. Their engineer was in power, maybe it's here in for a minute and then think about that as a suggestion.
Because then you could progress
Mark,
based on the
response.
presentation.
Thoughts?
Sure. Why don't we open the proceedings and ask if the engineer has its all in favor?
Aye.
Hi, my name is James Patterson. I'm an engineer with Incore Engineering. I represent Norfolk and So we've been involved with evaluating the condition of the building throughout the process. I was on site, like many of you were, in the last visit. As much of us agree, many portions of the building are significantly deteriorated. If we were to try to salvage some portions of the north wall, for example, we find that the mortar joints are deteriorated throughout the depth of the wall. So in places where you might try to save something, you'll find that you'll keep removing it and replacing it. The same condition is at the north tower as well. I think that tower personally is on the south base of the tower, the foundation of it is compromised. The stones around the facade portion are killing away. Like Martin said, there's some portions of the tower that we can't see. The south tower, for example, you guys will be able to get safely into that. The tower is about standing around 25, 27 feet right now. Even to get close to that thing it's a risk to safety. We've done our best to get in there using articulated man lifts, but we can only see so much. We have been doing optical monitoring of the building for at least the past 6 months. And what we've seen specifically on the wing wall coming from the south tower, the north facade, and the north tower is missing over a half-inch improvement since the time we started doing optical monitoring. So the structure is moving in a differential way. It's not going one way or another, it's kind of moving back and forth. So that's the issue as well. I think the question is, if you want to try to salvage the south tower, can it be done safely? And that's the answer I have trouble with. In order to do that, we're going to need to get close to that wall. We need to get close enough to install steel to grip the wall and run bracing, lateral bracing, in the tower. Getting close to that wall is dangerous. We're limited to the south, the adjoining building, and egress alley there, so we can't run any bracing in that direction. To the west, we have utility services, fire hydrants in front of that building, in front of the south tower. So running a ranger system to the west is not an option, unless we want to land that in the street. The north is a problem because we have the north tower in the way, so that leaves within the site. And I'm not sure we can embrace the structure as in one direction. Again, my biggest concern is safety of workers getting close to that tower.
I think that this is challenging because I think that there is a difference between a building that is an individual landmark and residence, and the question is if that's a real landmark. And I think that people can feel that it's not a landmark, but still feel that some portion of it is important to save and incorporate into the new building, even though the site is no longer a landmark. And I don't think those things have to be mutually exclusive. I think there's a little kind of inherent oddness in saying that one piece is significant and should be retained, but even though we're finding that in general, the landmark is no longer a landmark. But I think that to the extent possible, I think that's what's going to give people comfort here, and I think that that's important studied, and to the extent possible, the most evocative portions of it be retained to be incorporated into the new design.
Say,
Yes. And so that and the explorations would be done in conjunction with the agency's engineers and staff as well. So, John, is it your turn?
No.
No. Mr. Michael, your turn.
I think it's Diana's turn. Maybe once in a while here, it's
In the matter of a certificate of building, I guess it's a miscellaneous amendment, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 19-307-0860 Norfolk Street. The Untitled Chapter, City of Untitled. I'm modified the capital bylaws style standard of the 1850 and up to the 1885 applications demolishing portions of the building. I know that the fire damaged large portions of the building in May of 2017, and that the Baking order was issued by the New York City Department of Buildings and Structural concerns. But at the public hearing of July 11, 2017, originally, the applicant proposed complete demolition of the Senate box, and instead received approval of applications from the Commission to only partially demolished by hand the facades and towers down to a structurally safe buffer. And that after the issuance of the certificate of appropriateness, a significant portion of the towers and walls that was taken down and the level of the roof have been removed to gain better and safe access to the site. I recommend approval with modification, finding that the 2017 fire resulted in significant damage to the building, including the loss of the roof and significant portions of the primary facade and both facades, as well as significant structural damage to the south and west facades. But pursuant to the Commission's approval of the public hearing of July 11, 2017, the facades remains were hand demolished until they were relatively safe buffer. But the overall loss of historic fabric due to the fire, structural issues, and partial demolition of unstable masonry has resulted in buildings that no longer have significantly affected the replacement of the landmark. However, as and therefore the proposed work will not affect or detract from any significant architectural feature of the building or site. However, that the applicant shall work with the staff and the Landmark Preservation Commission engineer to determine the feasibility of retaining the tile.
All in favor? Any opposed? It's approved with the modification.
Move on to the board meeting item. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness for plan, document 19-1.19. This is 375 Stuyvesant Avenue, located in the Stuyvesant Historic District. It's a classical style freestanding house and large prairie style elements designed by Woody and Pettit and built between 1914 and 15. The application is to demolish or reconstruct the garage and construct a new building on the lot. This was ready to the record on September 18, 2018, and to be presented to the first time.
Staff. The application before you is 375 Stuyvesant Avenue, which is a corner lot currently occupied by a freestanding house and garden located within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. It is also directly adjacent to the Bedford-Stuyvesant expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. The proposal is to construct a 4-story building with a setback penthouse and bulkhead at the portion of the lot fronting Cedar Street. The rear of the building will also be visible from the south through an open lot on Bainbridge Street. The proposal also includes demolishing the existing garage on the lot and relocating an infrastructure closer to Cedar Street. Jordan Rogoff from GSA Studio is here for that.
And this item was read to the record on September 18th, and so I need a motion to open the hearing. All in favor? Hearing is open.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Roga. I'm a partner at DXA Studio. I'm here to present 375 Stuyvesant. Our site is located at the southeastern corner of the original area of designation, and that area was expanded in. That's delicious. The area of designation expanded in, I believe, it was 2013. That's relevant because the boundary actually happened on the eastern edge of our site, which is a 100-foot by 100-foot parcel. Part of our design is actually identifying the new structure with the row houses that exist to the east of the building, which we'll get to in a moment. This is the existing mansion building, a beautiful building located on the corner. Again, it's freestanding. I believe it's one of 8 freestanding buildings throughout the district. And this is, the mansion's really oriented directly on the Stuyvesant. And on the rear portion, or like I said, is the eastern side of the building, are a series of ancillary 1- and 2-story buildings. One of those buildings is a garage structure. This was all built in 1915 when we originally started this project. We had thought that this building was built at a later date, but in our dealings with the community and doing a little bit more study on the site, it appears to have been built at the same time. And in our presentation with CD3 and a number of subsequent meetings that we had with the community, we came to learn that this building was actually one of the first garages, or the first garage in this district built for automobiles. So there was a strong aversion to our original design approach, which was to demolish this building. Our structural engineers looked at the garage and felt that even to maintain it, we need to take the building down and rebuild. So initially, we were just going to eliminate the garage and build our new 4-story plus penthouse structure in that same footprint. But again, after we presented to the community, and there was a lot of opposition to moving in that direction, we rethought that aspect of the design and actually proposed moving the garage. Since we're going to have to rebuild, actually bring this to the northwest in this area, which would allow us to build our building. In making that change, we reduced effectively the width of the building we were proposing by about 4.5 feet to maintain the garage and the exact size, dimensions, and materials of the original garage. So this is where we are currently. From a zoning perspective, everything we're proposing is as of right. This is a R6B with 2 points of FAR on a 100 by 100 lot. So that's about 20,000 square feet. The existing building, the existing mansion is about 9,000 square feet, leaving the available 11,000 square feet. What we're proposing is about 7,800 square feet. And the massing of the building, we're using the datum or top of the adjacent row house as our datum to then set back a fifth or partial floor, which would be the penthouse of the building. So this is a comparative height study to give you a sense of the heights of our block. In particular, the taller buildings are along the avenue. And then what we're proposing is to be roughly equivalent, a little bit taller than this corner building, the corner of Bainbridge and Stuyvesant. These are a series of montage images, photographs of existing conditions, just ghosting in the profile of the building that we're proposing, give you a sense of how that was set on the site. This is the mansion building we've been discussing. This is down to Decatur, looking eastward, and you see we're trying to indicate here through the foliage of what you would see the side of the building from that perspective, and then down Stuyvesant, looking back through. Again, it's a freestanding building, so you're looking through essentially the side yard. If the tree was not there, you would see the back of the building. And then, as Priya mentioned, there is a empty lot, or actually the rear yard to the corner building here, which you can see the top, and actually if you move a little bit in this direction here, you'll see kind of straight shot of the rear elevation. So getting to the design, we spent quite a bit of time in the district and looking at the aspects of some of the neighboring buildings that we wanted to pull into our approach to the design. So one of the ubiquitous features here is really the bay window. The bay window is used in various ways, and a number of which are really kind of the culmination or a transition point between one scale and another scale. And we thought that was kind of a point of departure for the massing of our building. Also very noteworthy are these beautiful kind of textural masonry expressions that you can see around the district, especially these two examples at the bottom. So that leads us to our design massing and design approach established. We thought in a more contemporary manner expressing a lot of those textural shifts throughout, and using the bay window as a way to kind of end this series of row houses. And then to, in a more contemporary manner, also express a cornice that aligns with the cornice of the adjacent building, and then set back. I think we're roughly 18 feet set back, so well beyond the required as of right, setting back that top story. And then this is the same rendering, benefit of removing the trees to get a clear shot of what you would see. And then this is traveling a little westward, looking eastward on Decatur, also with the tree here, that's how it would appear, and then removing the tree, you get a sense of seeing that top story. And then directly across the street, this is, again, you get a sense of the textural shift, what we're trying to do here. Also, in a number of the examples I showed, you see a number of rusticated bases. And so we kind of shifted scale with the masonry. I think we have another rendering we'll get to in a moment. This is back in Bainbridge, looking at the top of the rear of the building. And then this gives you a sense of the kind of masonry shifts of the bay. And then we also have a kind of terracotta louvered element to again emulate and maintain the cadence of the window openings as they march down the series of row houses to the east. Our materials, and you can see that we have the material samples. We'll bring samples of materials up here. It was important to us that whatever we did not want our addition to look like an extension of the mansion building. We wanted to identify it with the row houses. So we selected a masonry that's in the same spirit as the mansion building, but obviously, like tonally, it shifts down a little bit, so it distinguishes itself from the mansion. These are a series of rendered elevations. This is the current state of the garage. We get the garage moving over to this location. One of the things I'll say about the garage location, I think the site plan stuff after this. Yeah. Okay. Two after. Okay. Let me just go to that. one of the important things about maintaining the garage building was to, when we bring the garage over to this location, we take care of a zoning prerequisite for multiple buildings on the lot. So any building that would be developed on this lot, there are limits to the setbacks required inner and outer court. So in this particular instance, the relationship of this building to the existing building, the mansion building, is this space that would exist between them. Zoning requires that the buildings actually make physical contact, and for the full profile of the portion of the building that makes contact. I think it's zoning section 23-841. The consideration then is really about the width and depth of any outer court that happens between the two buildings where they are not making contact. And so the beauty of maintaining the garage, that also takes care of the outer court considerations and the zoning issues of having multiple buildings on one lot. These are the floor plans of the proposed building. We have 4 units. There are floor-through units on floors 1 through 3, and then a duplex on the 4th and 5th floor with an outdoor terrace. This is the building section, the sight lines, and then the profile of the interface between the two buildings. And so you'll see that here, how the garage makes contact with the mansion building, and then we're proposing a skylight between these two buildings. So there's daylight that exists between the two buildings in the spirit of the kind of standalone, the history of the mansion as a standalone or freestanding building. The other element to this is the remedial efforts, or remediation of the mansion building itself. This will be done at staff level. This is pretty straightforward stuff, but once we are able to move forward with the project, this would actually be the first work that gets performed on the site, which is a restoration. We'll be trying to reuse all of the windows, but bringing them up to energy code standards, even though that's elective as a landmark. We would want insulated glazing, retrofits for the windows, and repointing on the masonry and cleaning. Visibility studies for the top floor of the proposed building, up and down the street, and minimally visible directly across the street over the primary facade. There is visibility from further distances, and that's it. Thank you.
Is there no parking requirement?
There's no parking requirement on this site. There is parking requirement of, I think, 1 automobile parking space for every 2 units. We have 4 units, and if you're less than 9 required spaces, it is not required.
So I'm not sure I understand the code requirement you were quoting. So what happens if there is no garage in between the two?
If there's no garage in between, I'll go back to the site plan meeting, precise site plan. So if there's no garage here, if we were not to reutilize the garage, we would have to do some form of extension of the mansion. So DOB will allow, say, a trellis structure or a lighter frame structure. Initially, what we were looking at as a glass structure before there was interest in maintaining the garage. But the key is that the width of this portion between the two buildings cannot be exceeded by the depth. So if you were not to do the garage, you could essentially do a glass structure that would start back right about here, so that these were equal distances, if that makes sense. The key to the outer court is that the depth cannot exceed the width of the space between the buildings.
I was trying to figure out what they're trying to afford.
You and me both. No, I think what they're trying to do, they draw lines between courts and side yards are continuous, and then courts can be they can be cut back, but what they don't want is kind of a dead end alley, right? So it's one or the other.
Is the court requirement keeping it because it will remain one lot, or is it being?
That's a great question. It actually is for either case.
Okay.
So you have to do it as though it were one lot. You can separate it later, but you can't create a non-compliant, collectively create a non-compliant arrangement.
And currently, in front of the garage, it has driveway with some plantings.
That's the existing right here. And so
Is that grass or is that actually plantings?
this is, there's actually a number of trees. There's a really large, beautiful tree right here. So I think it's grass and a few planters. So.
And did you look at the other freestanding mansions?
Yes.
In the district?
Right.
And sort of what their lot coverage was, how close they were to the adjacent road?
Right. Yeah, so of the other kind of comparable freestanding buildings, I don't think that there's been an example, actually, we know that there hasn't been an example of building, building directly adjacent. But in most of those cases, I don't think there's as much space on either side of the mansion or freestanding buildings as we have here. So again, we've got some 20,000 square feet of FAR and 100 by 100 lots. So.
And are the freestanding houses and or mansions mostly on corners?
No, I think it's about, remember, half and half.
Only the Stuyvesant ones are only us and 387 Stuyvesant are corner.
That's
Are
two.
big blocks.
The other 6 are middle.
Are there any other questions before we go to testimony? We'll go to testimony. Okay, Evelyn Collier, Review Board 3.
I'm Evelyn Collier, representing Unit 43, Chair of the Landmark Committee there. This is reference certificate of project document number 1921299 to demolish an existing historic garage to build or construct a new building. On September the 17th, 2018, we met at our regular scheduled meeting. The CD3 Landmark Committee reviewed and revised renting of 375 Stuyvesant Avenue, which is referred to as the Stuyvesant Heights Mansion, located on the corner of King Street and Stuyvesant Avenue. The applicants took the presentation of a revised scheme that was made by Jordan Rowe and Cesar Juarez of DXA Studio. 375 Stuyvesant Avenue is an historic mansion with landscape grounds situated within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, designated 1971. Built in 1914-15 and designed by Kirby and Pitt, the property was built by Otto Seidenberg and later owned by Dr. Josephine English, an African-American gynecologist and healthcare activist who was the first Black woman to open a private practice in New York. Committee comments. Revised plan included a reduction of 32,000 square feet. The proposal included demolition of the existing garage and rebuilding of the replica approximately 29 feet to the north and 15 feet 8 inches closer to the main mansion building. Construction of a 5-story building at the easternmost portion of the property that is 4.5 feet narrower than originally proposed with 4-floor height that aligns with adjacent neighbors. On a 5th floor is set back by 17 feet 11 inches in red brick pattern with a red brick pattern facade. 4 floors, 3 apartments, including a duplex unit on the top, non-reflective glass on King Street facing terrace, mechanical equipment on top of the building covered by perforated metal, elevator to stop at 4th floor to reduce bulkhead size, remove upstairs bulkhead to rooftop by utilizing an exterior stair access, immediate restoration of mansion to proceed and all other proposed work at the property. The committee recommended repairing and restoring the existing historic garage in its original location and configuration because 375 Stuyvesant Avenue is one of the 3 detached freestanding landmark mansion structures and garden within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. The expansive grounds are integral to the character and significance of the building and the neighborhood. elimination of a large portion of existing ground, and the relocation of the garage is not acceptable. The mansion is designed in the Renaissance revival style with unusual Perry-style elements, including the low garage and open space behind the mansion building. The mansion was designed to include access for personal automobiles. The garage was an important element in the program for the spectacular residence. Committee decision. Despite the redesign and revision of the rendering, the committee objects to the relocation of the historic garage and recommends repairing and restoring the garage to its original location. The committee rejects the demolition of the original historic two-car garage to build a 5-story new building. The proposed structure will significantly alter the mansion's landmark and historical significance. It will compromise and diminish the context and aesthetic integrity of the very significant Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Committee resolution. The motion was made and seconded. The CB3 Landmark and Preservation Committee voted unanimously to not support docket number 19-21209, LPC application to demolish the landmark historic two-car garage in order to build a new 5-story structure, 375 Stuyvesant Avenue, Brooklyn. The action, the CB3 full board voted on October 1, 3303, to support the resolution to not support docket number 19-21219, which is LPC application to demolish the landmark historic two-car garage in order to build a new 5-story structure at 375 Stuyvesant Avenue, New York. We thank you for allowing us to participate in this process. Thank you. Alan Collier, representing CB3 Board.
Thank you. Denise Manuel.
My name is Denise Manuel. I'm the president of Bainbridge Street Homeowners and Tenants Block Association. And I'm also the co-chair of the Friends of 375 Stuyvesant Avenue Mansion. 375 Stuyvesant Avenue Mansion was built in 1914 and designed by the acclaimed architectural firm of Kirby and Pettit for Otto Seidenberg, who was a brewer. A pair of 2-story polygonal bay flanks and complements the classical portico. The bays are constructed of precast stone with marble panels. The doorway is emphasized by 2 freestanding Doric columns which support a massive arched stone pediment. One of the unusual features of this house is the hip roof, with a low pitch and boldly projecting sheltering eaves set above an attic story treated as a man porch. This possibly reflects the influence of the early date of Frank Lloyd Wright's Prairie-style houses. A precious second-floor terrace overlooks a garden on the Decatur Street side of this handsome corner dwelling. Now, this odd new 5-story structure in our historical Stuyvesant Heights community will alter the visual and cultural integrity of the neighborhood. This kind of proposal is only for people who want to change the composition of the neighborhood. 375 Stuyvesant Avenue Mansion is one of 3 freestanding mansions in the vicinity. Our community has a lot of pride in the back. There isn't a lot of room in the back to build, which we don't see how the landmark mansion will not be touched. Also, zoning should be an issue, with most of the surrounding houses are 3 stories. While we recognize that the neighborhood has changed and evolved over time, we don't believe that this proposal reflects or preserves the architectural integrity of this beautiful landmark area. In addition to that, people are already double parking or parking in front of fire hydrants overnight because there's nowhere to park their cars. On a personal note, I live behind 375 Stuyvesant Mansion, and a 5-story building would block the natural sunlight in my backyard. The terrace on the mansion will no longer have the garden to admire. Instead, the terrace would just be like an outdoor box. The mansion is so beautiful and grand. I used to dream about entertaining guests on the terrace. We would be sitting high on the terrace looking over the adjacent backyards. The garage driveway is where my guests would park their cars.
What a precious jewel to have one of the oldest automobile garages in Brooklyn in your neighborhood. Think about that. A mansion with no driveway is just ridiculous. This modern 5-story building with no cornice or front stoop in the midst of this historical architectural rich community would just be an eyesore. Instead of blending in or complementing the adjacent properties, this proposed property obviously wants to stand alone and not be a part of this beautiful historical neighborhood. I think it's just disrespectful. What sense does it make to give something landmark status if we're not going to protect it or preserve it? We urge Landmark Preservation Commission to please preserve 375 Stuyvesant Avenue Mansion's entire footprint and reject this proposal.
Thank you. So Dwayne Sorrell is the next speaker, and I'd just like to remind everybody that it's 3 minutes for testimony. We have a clock and time.
Good afternoon, I'm Dwayne Sorrell. I represent the Decatur Street Block Association. I'm Vice President. I'm also a friend of friends of 375 Stuyvesant. Is the answer to preserving the original garage, one of the oldest landmark structures in Memphis, Stuyvesant, to destroy it and build a pricey development? There are not many private garages in New York City, and even less with landmark status. The garage attached to 375 Stuyvesant was damaged by a fire but not destroyed. There have been other fires and structures in the immediate area that would not be allowed further development under similar circumstances. My confusion is with preservation. Nothing in the proposed plans about preservation. The architect's vision was not overpriced condos or rental construction made to pull the company to always be long. There are generations of families and communities at large, and the community at large, who bear witness to this landmark structure and its use. A community of individuals and families with landmark homes and structures who are self-educated regarding the rules and supposed principles of landmark status, familiar with sleight of hand and the influence of big money on principles. I fear that this proposed development will further erode the little trust we have in our institutions. This project does not strike a balance. This proposal only furthers a tale of two sets of principles. One is largely advantageous to developers. I live on Decatur Street, about halfway down the block from this mansion. I've studied this mansion the whole time I've lived on the street, which is about 15, 16 years. I'm a Frank Lloyd Wright fan. I'm from Chicago. I've held events at Broadway. And I've also been to events at the mansion. It's a beautiful place. But what strikes me about this proposed development is the juxtaposition of what's at the mansion now. The driveway, the garage, the mansion itself, the setbacks, the courtyard. It's all one development. It's all one structure. It's what the architect had in mind. And I don't think that the architect or the previous owner's mother, who was the lady who owned the mansion before, I don't think their vision was to construct pricey development at this site. I think they wanted to maintain the integrity of what was originally built. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Perry Divino.
My name is Perry Divino, and I live and work in Stuyvesant Heights. I also serve on Community Board 3's Landmarks Committee, but today I'm here as a concerned resident. I have to present to you 160 postcards signed by neighborhood residents in opposition to any manipulation of 375 Stuyvesant Avenue. Not to the main building, not to the attached garage, not to the surrounding land, or the beautiful old tree in front of the side yard. The people who signed these postcards believe in the historic value of this building and their neighborhood. They fought hard for historic district designation back in 1971 and again in 2013, and And in some cases, it was the very same people. They've lived in, worked in, and supported this community for generations. What does it mean to be designated in the de Blasio era? What can we count on as a safe and protected historic district? It seems that whenever a developer, large or small, comes to this LPC plan, there is rarely such a thing as the word no. A flat-out, simple no that reflects the spirit of why this commission was created. This plan is a jumbled abomination. It's intrusive and offensive, from its out-of-context design and its overuse of windows to its out-of-scale size. Recreating and displacing the historic garage is no substitute for preserving it. The only acceptable plan for this property should be restoration. We urge the Commission to vote against any manipulation of this handsome structure. We ask you to please take this opportunity to protect this unique home and the grounds it sits on. Please respect the wishes of the community that fought so hard for landmarking. Please view this plan as the ill-conceived precedent that it is. It's not too late to vote a simple, flat-out no. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Donovan.
Hello, my name is Kate Diamond. I live on Bainbridge Street around the corner from the proposed development. And my question for you today is, what does it mean to be a historic district, to have landmark protection, if someone can come along and tear down a building that's over 100 years old? I think this is a slap in the face to neighborhood residents, and a lot of these residents have come out today, as you've heard, and will continue to hear, to protest the project. I don't think anyone has come in favor of the project, as far as I know. And there's been lots of online testimony and the postcards that were referenced by the previous speaker to show that many of the residents in Stuyvesant Heights feel that this structure is out of sync with the character of the neighborhood. And some of the major issues with this proposal, I think, are that it's too high at 5 stories. It has a very large footprint. It's out of line with the neighboring homes. Another concern, and I don't know if the format of this testimony allows for asking questions of the architect, but there are images of trees missing from the street, and I don't know if those trees are, if the developer is proposing to tear down those street trees, and if that's part of the whole process. All right, I'm getting a shake of the head, so the street trees won't be taken down. That's a little unclear for those of us in the community trying to make sense of the materials we were given. I do know that the trees and green space inside the area of the driveway would obviously have to be taken down. I think another thing worth mentioning is that our neighborhood is a very green neighborhood. My block around the corner was voted the greenest block in Brooklyn a couple of years ago. A nearby block of Stuyvesant was the greenest block in Brooklyn. All the green around our block is part of what makes it unique and part of the reason that residents cherish it. And then finally, I think I should just add that the developer has been, throughout this process, somewhat disingenuous and obstructionist with the community. The Friends of 375 Stuyvesant Mansion, when we had a meeting over the summer with the developer, they didn't have the plans with them. When we asked to see them, apparently it hadn't occurred to them that perhaps they should bring the plans when they meet with community members who have questions about those very plans. And they also continue to insist, and I guess they're still insisting, that the garage needs to be torn down. Well, you can see from the photos that it's a brick structure, and that the fire that affected the inside of it did not really affect the integrity of the structure itself. So it doesn't actually need to be torn down. So to sum up, I'd just like to say that this is a historic garage. It's part of a historic mansion, which is part of a historic district, and it should be preserved for the community and future generations in Stuyvesant Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Ardelia Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Ardelia Brown. I've been living on Decatur Street for 63 years, and we created Friends of 375 Stuyvesant Avenue once we got wind of this structure. We, the Friends of 375, wish to maintain the beauty of our community. Mr. Oregon, Evergard, and DXA Studios are submitting, and we feel that it shows a lack of integrity, consideration of our beautiful community, and the homes that we have taken such great care of as homeowners. We have adhered to all the landmark rules and regulations for our own individual homes, and the developers should be held to the same standard and criteria. How is it possible that these developers can come into our community, demolish a grandfathered structure with historic integrity, and create a new structure that may not look like the original, which it doesn't, and building a 5-story apartment complex that continues to shift our existing community out of the neighborhood because it will not make housing affordable. This is only greed and lack of respect for long-time generational homeowners and residents. We are not in agreement with the renderings submitted because they are demolishing and destroying what is a landmark building and its trees. They have expressed that this building cannot be saved based on a fire that happened in 2014. This is clearly unacceptable because the garage is a brick standing structure and that needs to be restored back to its original state. On Stuyvesant Avenue between Macon and Malcolm X, 2 blocks down, is a wood frame townhouse that caught fire in 2014 as well, and it has been brought back to its original liking. Please disregard and not accept these renderings. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Rock?
Can I give you the letters and petitions of 312 signatures and statements?
Christabel Rock for the Society for the Architecture of the City. A graceful early 20th century villa placed in a small garden on a prominent corner site. This is one of 8 freestanding mansions noted in the designation report as an architectural type characteristic of the district. The proposed infill project might meet the requirements of the business plan, but from the standpoint of the landmarks law, it is completely out of context with the villa, the block, and the historic district as a whole. Stuyvesant Heights, even with its extension, is not one of Brooklyn's larger districts and can hardly afford the loss of the character-defining building that a project like this would bring. 375 Stuyvesant Avenue is set apart by open spaces that were never meant for human habitation. It would be a critical error to shoehorn in an apartment house whose design, though perhaps commercially ingenious, does nothing to mask or justify its misplaced volumes. It debases a nice villa into an amorphous complex of rentable spaces. The looming and shapeless 5th story could never be set back far enough to avoid conflicts with the surrounding roof lines from multiple vantage points. The lot cannot accommodate the new building of this magnitude. The enterprise needs to be completely rebuilt.
Thank you, Christabel. L. David Webb?
David Webb, L. David Webb, Korean, Vietnam, Warren. I lived on Macon Street for 48 years. I object to any destruction or replacement of 375 Stuyvesant Avenue. I knew Dr. English. She did not want me to let this destroy and look like the budget purchase. I believe that the Gary also did. But we object to coming in, destroying what is there, putting out other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so he had signed up to speak in opposition. He also, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Council, and congratulations on Sheriff Carroll. And I also voted for Sheriff Carroll. I'm your first The proposed new 5-story building is entirely inappropriate for the site and the district and illustrates precisely what the landmarks law was intended to prevent. It appears to be solely designed to maximize FAR and is jarring in its scale, massing, and proportions, with the 5th floor bolt on the rear constituting an assault on the adjoining property and rising higher than anything else on the block. HTC reminds the applicant that there is no such thing as of right zoning within a historic district. The garage has significance both historically and to this community, and shoving it over to make new construction fit doesn't serve anyone or the block. Judging from photos, the garage appears to be structurally sound and capable of being fully restored. HTC asks the LPC to mandate that the owners do so. There's simply no room for a building of this size on what cannot even be called a lot, and the result to make it fit eliminates the mansion's legibility as a detached structure. It's a tight fit to make the proposed building exist, and this cramped situation appears as forced and is the detriment to the streetscape and the district. Thank you.
Thank you. So, anyone else? So we have 2 letters, one from the Decatur Street, Stuyvesant Avenue Block Association, writing in support. And we have a letter from Community Board 3, a resolution recommending approval and supporting the resolution not to support the application. Sorry, and we did have your speaker.
Yes.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I'd like to respond. Just want to respond to a couple points. I guess the first issue about the trees, we did that for benefit of, okay, I'm sorry, sure. Okay, so to address some of the questions and comments, the first question about the trees, no, we do not plan to cut down any of the trees in those renderings. That's for benefit of seeing what the building would look like, say, in winter time when there aren't leaves on the trees. It's our intent to maintain as many trees as we possibly can. I think right now, it looks like the only trees that would be removed are in the footprint of the building that we're proposed. There's a very large tree in the sidewalk right in front of the garage. That's a gem. That will not be touched. So just want to lay any fears in looking at the rendering that we're proposing anything but maintaining those trees. As to not having plans at the meeting, I was present at the meeting. I had the plans with me. I stood up. I think if there was an issue, it was that we didn't show up with a projector for the benefit of everybody there. In fact, we passed the plans around. I tried speaking about it a few times, but I think early on it became clear at that meeting that if the garage was going to be removed, there would not be support for the project, and that's what actually led to the rethinking of the design over the summer. As far as saying that our client has been disingenuous, I don't know that to be the case. I don't believe that to be the case. I think we've met with the community on multiple occasions. We presented it at CB3 in April, and we waited until we were able to get back in front of CB3. The first available one after April for us was in the beginning of September. And in the interim, we met with the Block Association. We met with a number of other community groups. I think a large effort, a significant effort has been made on the part of our client and my studio to engage and to take the feedback seriously, and that led to a lot of the redesigns that were integrated into today's proposal. And then finally, I think it's been mentioned a number of times that we're demolishing the garage. That's, I don't believe, an accurate statement. Our structural engineer, Robert Silman Associates, from the very first site visit said we needed to take the bricks down and rebuild. So even if it wasn't going to remain in place, we would be taking the same material, taking it apart and reassembling, given the damage that the building's incurred. So it's our intent to build with the exact same materials in the new location. So it's not replacing in kind, it's replacing it with the same materials. In fact, just moving the building. So I just want to clarify.
George, can you also speak to a little bit more, and I started to ask this question before, about the freestanding nature of the house?
Sure.
Lot coverage, how that compares to other freestanding houses, and, because having the building requires you to make the connection,
Right.
how do you feel that handles the legibility of this building as a freestanding house?
Sure, no, it's a great question. I think what makes this building unique is that located on the corner, that actually has the most liberal zoning interpretation, right? At a corner, there aren't the same required setbacks as kind of a mid-block building. That being the case, issues of lot coverage and side yards and that sort of thing don't really pertain to this site. As for the spirit of the building standing alone, standing separate, there are zoning regulations that will not allow that to happen if there is further development on the site. The buildings, as you mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, need to be in contact. This is something we presented in multiple projects here in front of landmarks, and that's just a requirement on the part of zoning. So that being the case and satisfying the zoning requirements and being able to build this building, we did try to, again, set back the garage. We tried to maintain some daylight between the buildings and maintain that spirit of the freestanding building. And then obviously, this is just happening on the lower floor, and you have the upper floors that are indeed have quite a bit of daylight between the western wall of the proposed building and the existing building. And then of course, on Stuyvesant, that we maintain the side yard there, that remains completely untouched. On its primary facade, the integrity of that kind of standalone character remains untouched. It's really just on the cable. I hope that answered.
Yes, but when I said lot coverage, I actually wasn't referring to a zone.
Okay.
I was actually thinking more of just, how does this compare to other freestanding houses?
Oh, right.
Lots, how much space do they have around them?
This is the larger one. This is a 100 by 100 lot.
How many maps are?
I think it's actually in the designation report, and we have, sure, actually. We can pass this around. These are all of the sites. Sure.
Just in terms of design approach, and I know you are basically site features for row houses, and so your building has a relationship with row houses. Have you thought about something that might instead have a relationship to the mansion? And obviously that might be a little massive, maybe it's
I think right off the bat, we didn't want to rewrite the building's history. We wanted it to kind of be separate from the mansion, let the mansion be its own building. And then we talked about the practical requirements and pragmatic requirements of zoning. The building on the edge of the property line like that, its profile is to be exactly in line with the row house. And it's massive by nature, identifies more with those buildings. So to try to give a character with the mansion, with the massing that is going to be required to be in line with the row houses, seemed like those were at odds with each other. There's a tension there.
Just for the safety, you did say that before the garage should play, that you were considering something more transparent.
Oh, yes. Sure. In this area, prior to the feedback that the garage, it was desired by the community for the garage to remain, we had initially thought of avoiding the outer court issue with the zoning requirements by actually having almost just a glass pavilion, about half the depth of this, so we go further back. And actually, let me go to Yeah, so in this area, probably, I think it would begin right about here, because again, the critical dimension is this. You have 20 feet here, and so it could come back 20 feet as opposed to, I think we're back like 8 or 9 feet, we're back 10 feet now. So we could come back further, and then this area would be kind of the last enclosed space that would belong to the community space maintained inside the mansion building.
So that actually was my question, which was, look at the, so it's a new garage with all the materials, but the other thing the community is being about is just this open space. And so my question was, could it be created in the sense of whether it's glass or something else, something that's fairly transparent or porous, and then it's really more of a garden.
Yeah. We've actually done that with DOB. If you remember the 140 West 81st Street, the Mount Pleasant Baptist Church project, that we avoided the outer court between the extant towers with trellises. And so DOB allowed us to do kind of an open trellis to avoid. So that's something, it's at the discretion of the examiner at DOB, but that is something that we can attempt here. The glass is a guarantee. We know that that's improvable. Being a conditioned space, sometimes there are issues taken with an open or garden space. But exactly, if we were left to our own devices here and not bound to the requirements of zoning, we would do that as we do.
Other questions?
Yeah, not for the architect, but notes suggest that the garage is not part, significant part of the destination report. Could we just address that issue? How do the landmarks?
The garage is not mentioned in the designation report, it's been instructed to.
So let's, if there are no other questions, we'll take a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Hearing is closed. So let's start the discussion, and I think that I want to sort of break down these parts sort of along the lines of what we're doing in testimony. So I think in our discussion it would be great to cover the question of the demolition, dismantling, the demolition of the construction of the garage, with the site plan, the question of building on open space, which may be tied to the discussion about the garage, whether that stays or not, it's to a more open space. And ultimately, if there's some positive feelings about what we're building on the site, then the approach for this building, being a building that wants to look like the row houses that talk about its height, massing, materials, and composition. John?
I guess I'm going to end up starting on the extreme end. The first question is demolition of the garage, and I'm not there. I know, I personally have stood up for a number of garages in several years I've been on the commission. I don't really care whether the report calls it out or not. It was built in 1915, it's over 100 years old, it was the first car garage in the neighborhood. And I think and I don't think anyone disputes that. That said, this morning around 10 o'clock, we looked at a garage that was demolished, that needed to be demolished, and we approved it. And I think I dare say, if you put a picture of that garage next to this one, the notion that this one needs to be demolished is just about laughable in my mind. And then we later in the day spent a number of hours discussing what was the rules of the building. So it seems just almost absurd side by side to be talking about those two things. For me, I don't get to the next issues because I'm not there on the demolition.
Yes, right.
Similarly, In some cases, you can move the building. In fact, I moved the building myself, but under very unusual circumstances. For me to demolish this garage, 100 years old, with its significance, and recreate it some feet away, destroys the whole purpose of the garage. It's a fantasy, Disney World idea. It's not legitimate, it's just not appropriate. Now, if you don't move the garage, then you don't really have the ability to build a building. But my thinking on that goes further, I think, with some latitude here for what I'm about to say. This is not the Roby house, but it has prairie house feelings to a freestanding mansion house. And I can't imagine the Roby house, for instance, being crowded in like this. Again, I'm sort of Frank Lloyd Wright, but I think you get what I'm saying. I think the purpose of this building and its surrounding open space is all part and part of why this is a significant property, and to remove such a large swath of open space from the rear yard seems to me to be wrong. That said, can there be some other ways of achieving more floor area on the site? I would think there are, in the hands of a skilled architect before us, but not with that big new building. Probably much less square footage, but still some way of getting some more floor area on the site, and even add into the garage or something like that. Certainly adaptively using the garage, etc. So I think there's some other options, but I think this is asking too much of a very significant property service.
Agree with my two colleagues. We never second guess Bob Chilton's office on the structural issue, but I see evidence of oxide jacking at the roof level on the garage and at the window levels above the doors. But other than that, the masonry all seem to be completely fine and in perfect condition. And the tiles on the interior are still in perfect condition. And one would assume if the fire was serious enough, it would have destroyed all of that stuff. So I'm kind of with John. I'm having a difficult time getting past the garage itself. But I agree with Fred also about the open space in that mansion.
Well, I think that the solution, the architectural solution of placing the building next to the mansion is really does not work. Because it doesn't give the mansion the space that it needs. As a standalone structure, which it should have, and for its character. And that area should be an open space.
I think it would be rarity these large buildings on large lots. Simple to maintain. I agree that the garage looks
So it sounds, I think, like that the commission is not persuaded that the garage really needs to be demolished or be assembled, recreated. Also that there should be more open space around the mansion. I think that without kind of a fuller analysis about the other freestanding houses and the mansions and how much open space they have around them, this is, I think that there's everyone's instinct that this should have more open space around it. So I think that's where we are. I think there are doors open for some potential development here that maybe retains and incorporates the garage and incorporates more open space. And maybe it's something that's asked just differently, that's sort of subservient
appropriateness in the borough of Brooklyn, driving on 19-25251, or 8547 Knox Avenue, Bedford, Stuyvesant, and Stuyvesant Historic District. It's a two-story utilitarian commercial building built in 1949-50. The application is to demolish the existing building and construct a new building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amy Whitten, Preservation staff. The application is to demolish the existing utilitarian style building and construct a new building at 485, 487 Tompkins Avenue between Minetta and Decatur Streets in the Bedford Stuyvesant, expanded Stuyvesant Historic District. The architect is here to discuss the project.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom Vandenbout. I'm the design architecture. The site is at the sort of tail end of the district, roughly a narrow block off of Casey Colton Street. It's at the end of the block. Currently, there's a two-story utilitarian style building on the site, but originally it was the site was occupied by the two parts of a triple building, the third of which stands to the south. So that southernmost building is still there. Right here, and the other two that were on the site are here. So you can see that in the old sandboard maps. I suspect this is just distorted, but for quite some time, in the 30s, you can see the set of three. There's a corner brownstone that faces McDonough here that has a backyard. Stuck into the site, and that was still there in the 50s, and then it turned into some sort of little side yard to our building. So our building sits the way that now it's one here, and there's a little side yard that goes around the back. So this is the building, actually this is the designation report of photos, and it had this sort of cool lacquered sign on it, and that was mentioned in the designation report. This is it today. I have 2 squares left, sadly. No one is quite sure where they went. There's been a search. They don't exist. But this is the extent of the building today. There's the one remaining third of what was once there, and there's a little side yard. This is the backyard of the corner brownstone at McDonough that has some parking in the rear yard. There is essentially nothing behind these rolled-out gates. It's more or less what's there. There it is. This is the photo from around the corner on Decatur. That's it's sort of outlined in red is the back of the existing. So this is the streetscape. Fulton Street obviously is a commercial border. At Decatur Street turns residential as we head down. Essentially starts right here. There's a little bit of commercial, obviously. Our building is commercial, and then it turns to the residential side at McDonough. And across the street, we have more or less the same pattern. There's wrapping storefronts at the ground floor, and then there's a very large church across the street. This is Tompkins, right around. So this is the massing that we're proposing. What we're trying to do is reestablish the street wall the way it was. We're keeping the footprint essentially the same. The little side yard remains. The little bump out in the back is essentially being shaved off, so it's almost a square in plan. And then we're setting back the 5th floor, which is at least immediately across the street is not visible. And then there's another floor on top of that, the 6th, which is, at least from across the street, is minimally visible. Arguably, there's more here. And then when you get further down north on Tompkins, you can obviously see the entire sidewall. So all of that's visible. From Decatur through, you can see it rising. We have some massing back into that. And certainly from Fulton Street, you see only the 6th floor over the top. So here are those views. These sort of renderings, very schematic renderings, match more or less these views, but it's not, they're not exact. But this is to give you some reference as to what the context is at this point. So from McDonough, this is the church at the corner. You can see it's stepping up. The 5th floor is visible, and the 6th floor is much more visible. But the street wall is reestablished with the building to the south. As you're coming straight down McDonough in the middle of Tompkins Avenue, you don't really see that stepping. The opposite side, looking north, this is the visibility above the other buildings is limited to that 6th floor. And then this is the view from Decatur. So there's a full 2 floors of that the existing height that the buildings are. And that's essentially the view of the massing from Fulton Street. So in terms of the actual facade design, we have our best estimation given the whole tax photo of what the 3 of them look like. What we're trying to do, since this is now, we're proposing one building, one purely residential building, is that to reintroduce the rhythm of the 3 by having a single brick building that changes in texture at its center. So it's still, so that it reads as 3, and yet this is a pair. It's a clearly contemporary pair. And we're keeping, although these don't line up, we're keeping a rhythm of 3 windows in each and the same number of floors. Also, because this is now purely residential building, we're trying to relate our entryway to the storefronts to the south, and then end that, and this is, as the image of being purely residential, and that sort of base of storefront drops off much the way that the residential buildings further north on the street are.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify again for me, what part is commercial and what's residential?
In our building, it's purely residential.
It's purely residential.
So we have, further to the south, they're all, the residential buildings, these are very small, they're only 2-story, but they have a commercial at the base. There's a storefront there, and we don't have any commercial. Or we're not proposing.
Since it's residential, why did, and you nicely tried to separate the 2 buildings, or separate one building. Why did you have the doors on one side as in
So there's the egress in this building. The internal of the building is that it's a walk-up. There's no elevator override. And the 2 means of egress are essentially where this is your stair. And so once you're in the stair, there are 2 exits. And so you get, essentially, there's a door here that would have no hardware, it's just like a built-in only used as a fire exit. The other door, this is a little funny, it's right there, actually. But that's a canvas panel door, that's an actual active door with a glass lighting. And that's actually windows door. So this is streetscape existing and proposed. There's the ground floor commercial going to the corner. This is our sort of orphan triplet. There's the side of the significantly large residential building on the corner. And then our sort of adjoining to fill out the three, keeping that cornice, our cornice remains hopefully existing. And then our entry ends this sort of commercial that wraps the corner. So this is just closer up, larger scale. We've got some axons later on that sort of explain this texture, but it essentially is that all the bricks run through and that every other one is stepped out just to give it some texture. We've also developed the facade to have these sort of vertical pilasters of brick, not unlike the neighbor, a little bit, very gently, that also sort of articulates the facade that way. We've chosen not to do a sort of double base and all of that. It's much simpler. We have a soldier course brick at the top and setback sills at the very top. This is the side facade with some windows and a very simple rear facade. Just for windows. The windows are all single light, tilt and turn wood. Single light, tilt and turn. There's the visibility from across the street. The one I like to show you is then you can't see any of this stuff from above. It looks like this fifth floor is invisible and a little bit of that sixth floor is. Although this dotted line is essentially the profile of the building at its southern side where it meets that remaining third. So you would see more than half of that floor at the southern half. And obviously from over that side yard, you can see all. So those are the plans. We have the stairs need to go to the roof, but we have ended the internal stair at that sixth floor so that it just rises up through a hatch, and there's a bunch of mechanical units. And then these are the window details and entry details. This is all rendered essentially in very sort of spare clay steel painted that rises up and flush to the facade with a very small and very simple canopy. This just allows you to string the door out essentially. And a cornice with simple brackets that relate to the neighbors. This is the neighboring one. And some axons of how that texture transitions from the flat to the articulated side and kind of resolves itself at the corner. Simple, smooth brick that relates to the neighborhood color, but is smooth and obviously contemporary. And then it's renderings from across the street, down the street, trying to pretend that you can't see anything but it, which of course you do. There's a little bit of that, and if you back out to Full Street, you certainly see the visibility of those guys is much more, I think, obvious. And the material proposed right now everything except for the front facade right now is being proposed to stone. It's concrete stone.
Any questions?
Go to public testimony. Ellen Collier, community board 3.
I'm Ellen Collier, as I said before, representing the Unit 3. This is application 19-22259, 485-87 Tompkins Avenue, between the Brown Street and Decatur. On September 17, 2018, the applicant for a certificate of appropriateness was presented by Tom Vandenbout of NV Design Architect at a review hearing during a regular scheduled committee meeting. The property was originally part of a set of 3 4-story Romanesque revival apartment building designed by August W. Lazo and constructed in 1888. Only the house, which is 49 Tompkins, remained. In 1950, the 2 other buildings were combined, reduced in height, and given a completely new unified glass block window facade. The new building was home to Everstein Lacquer Company, and the store polished ceramic sign band was identified as a significant architectural feature. The applicant seeks to significantly modify the building by adding 4 stories, removing 2 remaining tiles and ceramic sign band, and trimming existing extension from the rear of the building to create a 15-unit rental walk-up residence. The committee recommended that the applicant change the windows of the double hung and replace stucco with brick on all sides of the building. Reduce massing from 6 stories to 5 while maintaining setback. Provide samples of material required for the party to see. Consider widening the building and incorporating setback from street that includes ground floor that recalls the original retail estate. Appropriately screened to mechanical equipment. On October 1, 2018, CB3 full board voted 3301 to additionally support application 19-22259 with notice stipulation recommendation as stated below. Thank you. Evan Carter, CB3.
Thank you. The next speaker is Penny Knox.
My name is Penny Knox. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of 76 McDonough Condominium and the owners of 78 McDonough Street. We strongly object to the building of the project as presented and submit the following items for your consideration. I have a couple of images that I can show. First of all, the proposed bulk is out of character for the neighborhood. The proposed bulk above the cornice line is out of scale with both the block and the neighborhood. As per the attached image, there is no precedent for any building massing to extend above that cornice line, and other than simple stair bulkheads, let alone to 6 stories. Second, the presentation is misrepresenting the development scale. The proposed bulk, as the architect did mention, from that side yard, but straight on. But if you were to walk 2 feet that way, that bulk, I have an image of that, of what that view is. It's a considerable amount of bulk above the base height and neighboring cornice line. Really hasn't been depicted here. Yeah, and that's all the way across the street. Visible from Tompkins Avenue, and you're seeing it through the rear yards of the adjacent landmarked block. So you're seeing it through the 74, 76, and 78 all have their rear yards and light and courts. So those are required by zoning. They will never be developed. It will never be hidden. That view will be there forever. So that bulk is right now. Third, the plans presented are actually missing a little bit of critical information. It's a 6-story walkout, but it is very likely the Department of Buildings will require things like elevators in the 6-story building, stair bulkheads and parapets. These aren't shown. If they are permitted constructions, they will only add bulk and height to this extremely large development. So in summary, the proposed 6-story development will significantly alter the landmark neighborhood, diminishing the existing context and massing and residential aesthetics of the neighboring buildings.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. V.K. Stuyvesant.
Good afternoon, friends. I am Dr. V.K. I have very recently moved into the neighborhood of the building under discussion, 76 McDonald. One of the things that attracted me to that area was the historic neighborhood, the architectural integrity, and particularly the sun that we got from the rear side, the south sun, in the winter. Now, the drawings can be put back where you will see that now there is a very narrow corridor between the residential part of McDonald and this 4 stories. So far it was, the rise was at 4 stories. Now, due to some strange reason, it is being allowed, the drawing shows 6. And with the bulkhead, now the drawing does not show any elevator. When the elevator is requested, perhaps the bulkhead also will be requested. So all that is going to be devastating for the neighborhood, where that back lane is going to become dark, which is already, you are being shown that it is not being well maintained, but it will become absolutely hazard. So I would request that at most 4 stories should be allowed and nothing more. And some kind of an integrity, architectural integrity of that historic neighborhood should be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Though the existing building is identified as utilitarian, it has been a part of this community for over half a century as an active storefront. It's a solid building whose honest, austere design could be incorporated into something more. If not, the proposed new building we found to attempt to evoke 2 1880 buildings, but it falls a bit short. The bifurcated facade we find to be dishonest and believe it should read clearly as a single unified facade if it's going to be new construction at this location. The lack of an entrance or anything recalling an entrance on the northernmost facade adds to this problem. HGC also, with the neighbors, finds the 2-story addition to be out of scale for this neighborhood. Finally, though the secondary facade may be concealed at some point by new construction on the adjacent lot, right now it's highly visible and it will be in the immediate future, and we'd like to see a more considered design and better materials applied to this area. Thank you.
Kristen Belgrado.
Chris Belkoff, Building Society for the Architecture of the City. Although there has been an attempt at contextual design here, it has not reached a point that could be called entirely successful. The suggestion of a division into 2 structures fails. Treated as if we were seeing 2-door, 4-story flat buildings like 489, the illusion collapses because of the lack of an entry from the imaginary second building, combined with the highly compromised utilitarian contemporary design of the entry to the first. It is uncertain, given the architectural program, whether an attempt at creating an illusion of 2 earlier buildings with rooftop additions is feasible. The visibility of the massive structure above the 4th floor, which sometimes is considered as if it were a rooftop addition, even though dealing with the building, is a further distraction. The side and rear walls must be at least partially visible, although the visibility studies presented to the public are incomplete. In the rear, the abandonment of the pretense of 2 buildings while maintaining a quasi-historical or compromised demonstration is particularly unsuccessful. It would be sad if new buildings in this relatively newly expanded district were held to a lesser standard through their see it so
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Would you like to respond to the comments?
Sure. In terms of the internal planning and the concern that somehow there would be an added bulkhead or an added elevator around, the sixth floor, as it's laid out now, is that they're actually in the upper part of the duplex, which is what allows everything to stabilize. So there wouldn't necessarily be any subsequent review of DOB that would come up with a requirement for these things. It's all been reviewed and approved the way it is.
And what about the mechanical equipment?
The mechanical equipment is not, admittedly, is not presented here adequately, but it's in a corral on the roof set back that don't, current design would be visible at all if the sixth floor equally is lower. You're not going to see what we're having if and when we're going to present that part fully.
There was some testimony about the existing building being a good solid building. Do you want to address the appropriateness of demolishing the existing building?
Yeah, so I realized I sort of glossed over that. Not that it makes any difference, but at DOB, part of the reason that we're keeping the footprint intact is that at DOB this isn't being considered a demolition. This is we all know here that this is demolishing the building, but the existing floor, the ground floor, and the first floor is completely intact. Those are being used again, and some portion, I guess, of the roof, although it's significantly sloping together. So DOB is considered as a very substantive alteration, but I think, in terms of the discussion here, it's clearly erased. There's no semblance of architecture.
But the buildings, so buildings had a history where it was two buildings combined in 1949, and so.
And that was successfully erased with this, and there's no sign of the original two here at all. And this kind of seam that, or the scar, or whatever it is, to the existing, there's sort of remnants of that, and it's a little messy, but essentially the original massing there's no.
Are there any other questions? Will someone make a motion to close the hearing? Second. All in favor? Close. Fred, would you like to start?
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, I think, again, we sort of organize the comments, starting with demolition, appropriateness of the substantial demolition, and then go to height massing and the further design approach materials. Sorry?
Correct. So we should put out there is that comments. Just so that's clear, so the buildings identified that comments as not a building, so it's real confusing. Not a building which this was designated, it is given a style. So the technical sense is considered a contributing building. It's a district. It is very atypical for this district, which is primarily a row house residential district. But I just wondered if that comment still believes the building that be replaced with a new building, but the technical matter is building with this style.
Okay, well, style or style, whatever. This one's two ground cells or row houses. And it was changed, and the proposal is to restore it to row houses that recall perhaps the row houses in the neighborhood, but adapted more contemporary vocabulary, all of which I can support. But that's maybe where it stops. I think the building is too tall. I think it should match, in fact, the coastline, or very close to the coastline of its neighbor. Therefore, many of most of the other neighbors. So I think those top, that's the 2 floors is too much. I think there's something, and I don't want to try to design it now or ever, actually, anybody's, any applicants. So therefore, I won't go into the details, but somehow, I can accept the windows above, but I'm not sure that the ground floor is worked out yet appropriately so that it feels comfortable in this neighborhood. So I would suggest that working with staff, really work on that. But the idea, the strategy of making 2 new row houses, 2 new buildings, even though parts of the first 2 floors are actually existing floors of those original townhouses, I imagine. Making 2 similar fraternal twins almost, or fraternal almost, differentiating them slightly is a strategy which I applaud. I think we've seen things like this before, which I think are interesting. I might want to, where I go with designer, put a little notch between the 2 or something more than just running 2 colors of brick up. That's such a detail. But I think more fundamentally, the bottom floor has to be reformed.
It's down. Oh, sorry. All right, okay. All right, I'm just, let's go this way. Okay, well, I'd like to echo some of the things that you said. I actually think that this is a really nicely thought out way to add, substantially wide building to the street, but make it appear from the facade as they fit with the neighborhood. This sort of optical, I like the positive negative that's going on in terms of the facade, and forgetting about the bulk on the top for the moment. If you're just looking at it from the street, the cornice line fits well with the buildings immediately to the right and to the left as I'm facing it right now. I think the windows speak to the windows to the right of the building. I'm completely comfortable with that. And I do also agree that how that entryway hits the ground it doesn't really work well with the design of the building itself. It almost seems like it would fit on another building. It needs a little more openness, and maybe openness, because it is a residential building, and openness in the sense that it would also speak to the commercial, windowed aspect of the street as it is. It's on a corner, so to speak. So it would be great if the side of the building would be brick. At least, if not the whole thing. I think it would add a lot of integrity to the building, a lot more integrity. And I have to concur that I think that it's a little too bulky on the top. And I would say either it has to come down or maybe eliminate it.
Quickly, I would be fine. I said nothing on the top. I would be fine if the roof is going to be used, which I always support using a roof in this city these days. For a bulkhead or even a small little room up there, that would make that roof usable. I think that would be very appropriate way, along with the equipment that we are going to see, which will be shrouded in some probably.
I'll start with the demolition. I'm okay with the demolition. I would recommend doing it fast because a very solid 70-year-old brick structure can easily move from utilitarian to less utilitarian every single day. As far as the design of the appearance of the 2 buildings, in my mind, it's betwixt and between. Which is to say, I could probably be okay with it if it looked like 1. I could be okay with it if it looked like 2 if it actually looked like to, and with the no door on the left side, no symmetry, and that entry that seemed very deep and dark for that style of building, I think that it hasn't decided completely which way it's going to go. That doesn't mean I couldn't go all of it, it's just that it's got to pick one. And I do like the idea of making it look like two different buildings, but they usually have a rhythm of some sort, and the rhythm is missing. The massing of the building, I think, is too much. The word that comes to mind when I see the building from a distance and how it appears in relation to the buildings around it, the word looming comes to mind, and when it looms over the other buildings, I think it's a bit too much. I don't know whether it could have some sort of, it could appear a little bit over those buildings, maybe that would be different, but I think it needs to be cut down quite a bit.
Okay, thank you.
I agree pretty much with what's been said so far. My biggest concern with it is the ground floor. I feel like they would use that two separate buildings and does not provide residential benefits to the entrance. So we move on to the third building, or we're trying to regulate. This is really has a horizontality to it. In the structure, there's stressing the vertical. Individual buildings are strong horizontal.
I agree with, most of the comments also. The whole grade should be reduced, but it's completely over the buildings. I like the fact that it's not differentiate the two buildings in this case. It's one of the reasons appear to have some character buildings. The ground floor is not really different from one, and I really found that it's very common also.
Great, so I think your comments are pretty consistent across the board. The demolition seems to be fine with everybody, and the approach of doing something that returns the appearance of two row houses to the site seems like a good approach, but not fully realized at this point. And that the base is a place where you can really enhance that, think about the rhythms and what the entrances and open